And we're live. We're not live,
All
but
right.
like we're recording.
So I think everybody probably remembers, except for I, where we're at.
I listened up.
We've
I listened up to the point where I left.
okay.
So and a little
Let
bit
me
past
actually get your
there.
token.
I'm just assuming
Um,
that she got out of the meeting and was like, everybody fucking left.
yeah. I'm sorry. I don't even think we in character said that. Like, hey, we're gonna leave you here for a little bit.
Nope.
You just went and had your meeting, and we'll talk about that in the future a little bit. And everybody else went to track down the beast that was halting operations at the sawmill, which turned out to be a particularly nasty werewolf. Um, it was a pretty easy battle, I think, for most of you, but because we had Liamon's tiny hut. A couple of you did put yourselves kind of in harm's way, Tristan and Kieran in particular. Kieran got the short end of that stick, obviously. He was bit, and the infection is now spreading through his body. And that is pretty much the gist of it. So we're going to pick up right there. And I think the last thing we did, if I remember correctly, is Yark made a pretty good medicine roll to determine that this was not normal lycanthropy, which is pretty easily cured in game. This is a particular strain that is going to require that the original biter, I guess, be killed before it can be cured. And that's where we pick up.
And as the wolf leaps into the forest, Tristan flies back, and well, that seems to have been successful. We didn't capture it, but at least we're still all fine, right?
Yeah, I suppose we are.
Mostly.
Yeah.
Mostly. What happened?
Oh, it was scary.
Well,
What happens is that we need to find that werewolf.
of course, it is still a danger to the people of Greenest.
Yeah,
Sorry, Golden Fields.
that too.
And
How are you feeling, Corinne? That's a awful looking wound on your wherever you got bit.
I'm trying to remember exactly where I got bit and everything at. So Kieran, he's just kind of sitting. I'm trying to remember exactly where we left off with. Like, I didn't know if you guys knew he got bit.
Yark did, and I would assume Andrew did as well, because you guys were all inside the tiny hut.
And Ren took a step back, so I assume Ren knows, but Tristan does not.
I remember you got bit over here by this dead wolf, and I was flying right above this grease trap when that happened. Trying to help you, but then I weathered
I believe it was the arm. Got bit in the arm.
Yeah, it was the arm.
Okay. Yeah, so Kieran, he's just kind of standing. Well, yeah, he's standing there clutching on his arms, like, yeah, I'm got hurt pretty bad here. Dude took a good chunk out of me.
Oh, yeah, that looks nasty. Is that green pus? Gross. Do you need, like, a potion or something?
Jarek, maybe you can give him some good berries.
Yeah, that would help for the wound, but not sure it can do much for the infection.
Infection, is it gonna rot or something?
Well, I wish. It's probably worse than that. We're talking about the werewolf.
Tristan's eyes go wide in realization. You mean he's gonna turn?
You just catched on that?
Well, how often do you think I fight werewolves? Is there any cure, spell, something you can try?
I think the first thing we need is to find that werewolf, probably kill it, and then we'll see.
How long do we have?
Let me think. How long do I think we have, Bear?
If you want, you can give me a check. Let me think about which one.
Another medicine or nature or?
I was gonna say either medicine, nature, or history. Any one of those three.
What's the phase of the moon currently?
Medicine it will be.
It's currently full, right?
Yeah,
Because the
currently
werewolf
full.
is
Mhm.
wolfed.
Yeah. So it's currently full. So Yarrick, with that, you would know that typically, when someone is bit by a werewolf, the transformation is not like immediate. So Kieran's not in any kind of immediate danger of like hulking out on you guys. But by the next full moon, he would be at risk of turning.
Does Jarek say this?
Yep. So no worries for now, but in a month or so we might have a problem. So we better find that werewolf the next days or so.
A month. So Tristan, who had started unsheathing his sword, sheaths it back. Well, then we should look for that werewolf.
Maybe not tonight.
If we have a month, then yeah, maybe not tonight. Should we head back towards Golden Fields?
We could camp here for the night and go back to Golden Feet in the morning. I mean, it's still full of wolves and a werewolf.
This doesn't seem like the easiest place to rest at, and we should probably meet up with I.
Well, if you have a bag and something to sleep on in a tiny Leoman's tiny hut, it will be comfortable.
I don't want to sleep around all the dead dogs.
Plus, that
I
thing
think
will
we
come
should head
back.
Maybe we scared them off. But what if they try to ambush us on the path back?
I mean, the safest way would be to camp here, stay in the protection of the spell, and go back in the morning. But if you want to risk it tonight, I don't mind. I wouldn't mind a beer at the end. So, what do you think? Do I cast that spell again, or shall we go now?
Maybe Kieran should decide, since he's the one who's wounded. Kieran, do you think you're up for a trek back to the commune right now?
Yeah, we can try. If anything, we can always try to make a camp. But it wasn't too far away, was it? I don't remember how far away it was.
I don't remember either.
Not
Actually.
terribly. A few miles.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I'd be fine doing that.
All right, take some good berries at least.
And Jarek, you are sure we have a month, right?
Well, about a month. I mean, do I look like a werewolf expert?
You
I
seem
don't
to
know.
be the
What's a
closest thing we
werewolf
have to
expert
that.
look like?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it won't transform anytime soon. But could be 3 weeks, 5 weeks, I don't know. About.
Okay. As long as he doesn't transform tonight or tomorrow when we are back in town, I don't think that would be very good for the people there or for our reputation.
I'm not too worried. I mean, I wouldn't lie to you about it. I'm the slowest one here. He would transform, I'm the one he would catch. So we should go. Then let's walk back, I suppose.
I don't like the idea of walking, but
Oh yeah, you go fly.
You can fly.
oh, okay.
I really need like a pony or something.
Well, we have Gobble Bottom.
It's too big for me.
So back to Golden Fields? Is that what we're doing?
Yep, let's heal up first. Corinne, if you need any HP, I'll give you like 10 good berries for starters.
Yeah, can we
Oh yes, please.
call it a short rest?
Sure.
Oh, are we just doing a short rest instead?
Not that I have.
Yeah, we can do
Uh,
a short rest also.
I think right here, yeah.
I realize I still have 2 good berries in my inventory, which I will eat during this short rest.
Okay. Hey,
Okay,
Tristan,
Trying to
real
find
quick.
nope,
I'm
sorry.
getting a work call. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
You're good. For some reason, I don't have your HP bar above your token. Yours is the only one. I thought I had the settings right earlier, but I don't.
I think maybe when you set up my new token, you
Did I do something wrong? Probably did.
might not have set it. I cannot change it, so that's the only thing.
There.
Okay. And now you want to reassociate that token with my character sheet, because otherwise, whenever you
Yeah.
drop it again, it will reset.
Well, I think I did.
Like, you need to do it again. It saves
Yeah.
the state of the token whenever you do it. It's really silly. But, yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the health bar.
No, I just didn't put in the max for you. Okay, we'll wait for him to get back for me. Continue on.
By the way, there is an option to make health bars visible to other players without the numbers. I remember you trying it at some point, and did you decide against it, or just like it was hard to keep?
I probably just forgot about it, to be honest. I am 100% okay with it as long as there's no number. Feels like slightly metagamey to me for you guys to know off the cuff what everybody's health is.
Fair enough.
But without the number, it's like, oh, I can see that they're bleeding out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like the health bar itself is a good indicator of that. Like you can see, okay, they're like the bottom 1/8 of their health bar. So clearly they're hurt, but you don't know how bad.
It doesn't tell you that Kurain at half health is still healthier than Endry, but
right.
All right, sorry about that.
You're good.
It's okay.
They asking me questions before I even start today.
Man, I can't do that. I got to turn my phone off when I'm away from work. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick hike. Y'all are already doing stuff that I did not expect for you to do.
What, going back to Golden Field?
Yeah, pretty much. I expected y'all to go after the werewolf first thing. All right, so y'all are able to move
Back up with I.
back to Golden Fields pretty easily. You tell me, were you on your way towards the sawmill, or?
Is it dark by the time I finish with my meeting?
Yeah, I would say so, because it was dark where they're at.
Yeah, absolutely not. I'm staying in the Golden Fields.
Okay. So where are you? Just like chilling at the inn?
I just like, I get done with my meeting. I walk back to the inn. They're not there. I ask the innkeep, hey, where did the chucklefox who were here, like, go?
Love that word. Okay. Yeah, and I mean, he would be able to tell you. I think y'all actually stopped and talked to him, if I remember correctly. I think y'all had more beers. So he would know that you guys kind of went that direction, more than likely. So he would be able to tell you that they left for the sawmill to take the contract on from the Hunters Guild about clearing out whatever's terrorizing the crews that were out there.
I look and I see that it's dark, and I decided I don't want to go in the darkness where there might be a werewolf ready to ambush me. So I stay at the inn and hope for them to come back at some point.
So Aya's had a long rest. No, so you guys are actually able to make it back to Golden Fields without being harassed by anything. For the time being, you have managed to at least chase off all of the werewolves that were present. You make it back, and the city walls are pretty well lit. There's quite a few torches and sconces and things along the wall so that it's visible from the main roads. And there are a few guards still at the gate, but they let you back in kind of unharassed. No questions or anything, because I think they've probably seen you guys come through a couple times at this point. So you're back at the inn.
So I see you all survived.
I take a beer.
What were you doing, we haven't seen you all day.
Yes, I left for the meeting and I was like, hey, wait for me. And I came back and you didn't.
Well, we didn't know how long your meeting was gonna be. By the
So you
way, what
decided
was
to
that
go-
about?
I don't know. Bear didn't tell me.
And you wouldn't tell me if you
sorry.
knew, so
Hold on.
I don't even know what to lie about.
I'll send you a quick message. 1 second.
Okay.
You lie and end up telling the truth.
I know, right? Like, I
Oh
need to
my
know
God.
what to lie about to actually do it.
Yeah, so crazy story. Apparently Kieran's a werewolf now.
Kieran is a what now?
A werewolf, the things that are like wolves sometimes and half orcs the rest of the time.
he will be the next month, from what we understand, unless we capture the werewolf.
Does that mean that he is now a third orc only?
I don't think
Oh, he's a
so.
quarter orc, quarter human, and half wolf.
Good question.
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, I'm no longer half human. I'm half werewolf and half orc. So I guess,
Oh, okay.
yeah, still half orc.
Indri. No. Kieran turns into a werewolf in the middle of the inn.
No!
That wouldn't be good.
Andre, how could you?
At least wait until I finish my beer, please.
Dramatic effect.
Bad injury.
Yeah, dramatic. Okay, so you went to fight the werewolf without me, and Kieran got bit.
Well, first of all, we didn't know it was a werewolf. Okay. We thought it was like wolves or something.
I thought it was going to be a very tasty meal. I was wrong.
But we can all go find that werewolf now. There's still time in the night.
You don't look
hey.
too good. You might need a rest.
Okay,
I
guys,
mean-
but hang on.
I can still fight.
If Kieran eats a wolf, is that cannibalism?
Yes.
Oh shit.
I think it depends.
Sorry for your
on the
loss,
time of the
Kieran.
month.
Oh, so he has a month to eat wolves, and then it counts as cannibalism.
I don't know,
Okay.
because are werewolves actually wolves? Or are they?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Like they have the wolf in their name.
I have the feeling that's not the discussion we should be having at the moment.
He has a month to find the other werewolf, to kill him, and to cure his affliction.
Yeah, but let's say the werewolf is not a werewolf when it's not the full moon. How do we find him then?
Can we sniff him
Oh,
out?
shit.
Like, is there a way to sniff out werewolves? Like a
Maybe.
guard dog?
Which night is it tonight?
The
believe
full
it-
moon.
Yeah, tonight is a full moon.
I mean,
So
would
it-
it be simpler for us to just go back in the forest now that we're a full group and find that werewolf and
Hold on,
finish
hold
the
on.
job?
Did you beat the werewolf up?
We tried our damn best to do so.
Yeah, I shot
He
him
ran
with
away.
Aya.
So the werewolf was hurt when they ran away, correct?
Yes.
A little bit.
It seemed to be
Kristen?
healing with
Yeah, okay, good.
with certain regularity. So I don't know how much that will hold.
I was
Yeah, but
hoping
let's just find him and kick his ass or something.
I was
But there
hoping
was
that
the-
like we could find him once he gets to the village, like all hurt and everything. But
No.
There's
Probably
more
That
not
was
than one
for
full
us.
moon.
one thing that was helpful in the battle was staying out of reach. I'm not sure I can do that again this night. AKA, I'm out of flying.
Well, we just need to put Curran in front of him. He's already bitten, so what's the worst that could happen?
No, I don't think. I think that you should not go back out into the forest because you all look beaten up.
And if we
Well,
cannot find this werewolf for a month because he doesn't transform any other night but this one.
I'm
yeah,
sure
it
there
might be
are-
hard to find it if.
I'm sure there are other ways to find werewolves without making them transform, and it might be easier to fight them in their human form.
How many days does a full moon last, anyways?
12 days. I'm just wondering if I'd know that in character because like there's other full moons unless this happens to be the very last full moon night
A
of
full,
this month.
Is
a
it?
full
I
moon
actually
is
didn't know it
just
was
one
12
day.
days.
It's just one day a full
Yeah.
moon. After
No,
that,
it's
it's not
12.
full anymore.
It depends what
Really?
rules you are going by. Like,
Yeah.
it can be 1 day, 3 days, or like.
I always thought
But
that
a very completely full moon is only one night.
yeah.
Not even that, actually. Technically, the point at which the moon is full lasts only an instant. To the naked eye, though, the moon can appear to be full for upwards of 3 days.
Do we know how long this lasts for the purposes of lycanthropy
Werewolves?
curse?
Yes, please give us a scientific scoop.
Yeah, with the understanding that Tristan wouldn't have any fucking clue about that.
Can
Would
I
it-
roll a history or arcana because she really liked like stories and stuff, like it's in her backstory?
That's fair. Yeah, give me a history check.
Can that be an arcana?
Or yeah, whichever one. It's fine.
Do you want some help?
That would fall.
I would like help, yes.
If you try to finding answers, maybe I can guide your spirit. Guide your thoughts
Okay, so
while taking a sip of my beer.
C4. Oh,
Wow.
Nice.
I know
Roll a
everything there is
D4.
to know about werewolves.
I roll a d4.
Yeah, I think that'll do.
I
28.
know everything there is to know about werewolves.
Let
You
me.
should have taken me with you.
It's like
That's
I's
what we're
weird
planning-
hobby,
That's what
researching
we're doing
werewolves.
now.
Her hyperfixation before she joined our party.
I know, right?
Yes, for the record, you ditched us on this mission.
I didn't ditch you on this mission. I was like, hey, I have this meeting. Can you like wait for me? And you were like, no.
Yeah,
I think we should go out there, kill the werewolf, come back, take another beer, and next day do the next mission.
So I don't think that you would know this as like any kind of like scientifically proven fact.
I mean,
But I think through the stories that you may have read as a child, through like I guess this world's version of fairy tales,
cross-referencing.
Yeah, you would maybe know that this is not usually like a single night kind of thing. Stories are usually told about werewolves coming in waves with the full moon, I guess. Like there will be several days in a row that werewolves would like terrorize a village and then they would disappear. And then a month later or about a month later, the same thing would happen again.
Okay.
So you don't know that as like a scientific fact, like I said, but it would be like a good guess, basically, that this is not the only night.
And we don't know if this is the last night or the first night or something in between.
Well, we could
Correct.
ask around. Hey, I was still at the inn.
Well, it's probably not the first night since we someone gave us this mission in the first place.
Who gave us the mission? They might know.
The Hunters Guild.
The Hunters Guild. Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, let's go there. Maybe they have some information about it.
Are they here?
You could. It's the middle of the night at this point.
They didn't even tell us it was a werewolf.
They didn't know.
Some kind of beast.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, if we're not going to find a werewolf tonight, we should all go to rest and look at that tomorrow morning.
I think so too. I don't think it's the
Well,
best idea to stay
yeah,
up tonight and try to find them.
we can try to
Maybe
find it tomorrow, and if not,
I'm
we
sure
have
we can find
a
some
month
sort of
to come with an alternative solution.
I'm sure
So
if we
I take another beer for the road and then let's go to bed.
I think that if since you battled them at the sawmill, there will be some sort of trail to follow tomorrow morning.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we can just put a bait for the werewolf tomorrow night or something.
We might also be able to track them better during the day, like look for their tracks and stuff where
Yeah,
they ran.
so I think we should rest tonight, and tomorrow morning we head back out and see what we can find at the sawmill.
Yeah, I think we should ask Yartil also. He's been around a long time. Maybe he knows something
Oh,
about werewolves.
didn't the druid say that like animals are avoiding places? Maybe we can find places that animals are avoiding, and that's probably where the
That,
werewolves hang out.
that's good thinking.
Let's talk about
they
that
did mention
tomorrow. Ugh, I'm tired.
I
Yeah, if you
concur.
guys want to call it a night and take a long rest,
We see
we'll
now.
more than likely assume that I has told her tragic story to the barkeep again. Got 3 rooms for everybody. Okay, I was looking up one thing.
I forgot what the leader lady's name was, but she said she'd give us rooms too.
Oh, that's right. Actually, I forgot about that.
Let me
I
go
have a
Yes.
question, Bear. Was
Sure.
there anything like was the werewolf wearing anything, carrying anything? Was it just butt naked and fur?
So I think you would probably have seen some like tattered remains of clothing, more so than like butt naked.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as like a recognizable clothing, no. Just maybe like shredded remains of some kind of pants and maybe just like tattered shirt hanging off of it.
Okay.
1.5 billion good berries. Anybody else?
So, do we
I'm sorry,
take
go
a
ahead.
long rest then? Sorry.
Yeah, I think you guys are good to take a long rest. I think that's what everybody's doing.
Yeah. Tristan would.
And just I forgot to mention, Bear. I did just go ahead and update my character sheet with
The official.
fairy rules. I haven't done it on Roll20 because I think I'll have to completely remake the character. But
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I mean
Okay.
on D&D Beyond.
I'm sorry. I figured that's what you meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Said it backwards.
Have you changed size like magically during the between sessions?
No.
Oh, also,
Okay.
the lady's name is Maxine.
Maxine, yes, that's right. And I
Maxine.
feel dumb. What was our scholar's name?
Leosin?
Leosin, thank you.
Couldn't we have like a handout for characters like that? That would be nice.
I would have to make one, but sure.
We could make a wiki and then help out Bear with some of the writing.
Ooh, I like that idea.
Not then. Yeah.
I've
Not
never
how
done
to
that,
spell the
so-
names, but at least like share our notes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can make a handout that we can modify, and then we could add notes.
Sure. I can do that.
I'm going to
Someone may have to walk me through that later because I'm not
I'm going to
savvy with
research
Roll20.
That's really easy.
After the session is done, I'm going to research like ways for us to share notes as players.
Yeah.
So
you know how
Well-
you made me a handout for my journal notes?
Roughly, yeah.
Um,
I remember doing it. I don't remember how I did it.
oh.
It's really, really simple. That's one
Journal,
way.
add, handout.
Just edit by all.
Yeah,
notes.
basically.
All players, edited by all players, save changes.
Yep.
Yeah, so now I can open the note, edit, I can write, let's say, test, save changes, and now everybody will
Yeah,
be
but
able
we
Yep,
to
can't
see
there it
the
is.
send
change.
it at the
Yep.
same time, so we might want to do something like Google Docs. We'll see.
Yeah, Google Doc is even better because exactly we cannot change the note at the same time. But
Yeah.
Google Doc we
Well-
could, so we could do a doc too. Yeah.
We'll see.
That would be super helpful for me, rather for you guys to take those kind of notes, so that I don't accidentally give away stuff that you guys won't know in
Does
character.
anybody also quick note? Does anybody use OneNote?
I have.
I do.
Does everybody know how to use OneNote?
Sort of.
Okay. Because I can share my.
I don't believe I can't unless there is a pure web version.
There is, I think.
There's
There's an
a
app
version
you
of
can
it,
download.
yeah.
Because I'm not using Windows, so
Oh, there is a version for Mac.
Oh, okay.
If you're using a Mac.
Yeah, you can. Well, I
I'm
mean, you can
using
just do
Linux.
the online
Oh,
version.
yeah,
It's
you can do online.
completely on the web browser.
But
Yeah.
I can send what I have so far, and we can see how to organize stuff. So it's gonna be
Yeah.
So do you want to go with OneNote or Google Doc or
Word
I
Amble.
think we should talk about it after the session. Like,
Yeah, I don't think this needs
Yeah.
to be done in real time.
Sure.
But it will be nice to start taking notes, but at one place and not three.
Yeah.
We can sort of transfer them. Oh yeah, I mean, between this session and the next, we should decide on one
Yes,
place.
absolutely.
Sure. I
But
agree.
meanwhile, we will just take our individual notes and then we collect them together.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Let me look at. Okay. So everybody's going to take the long rest. Anybody do anything in the wee hours of the night? Anybody got any sneaky shit they want to do?
Well, I already took two beers. A third would be too much.
Is that sneaky to take a third
I mean,
beer?
you're going to bed, you know. It's like you roll a con save in the morning to see if you throw up or not.
It will take more than 3 beers.
Yeah. They're really big beers. All right. All right. So everybody goes up to the rooms, takes a long rest. You wake up to a slight drizzle.
That's not conductive.
And gray skies.
Even worse.
That's not conductive for tracking.
Nope.
Let's see.
I guess we're talking to the animals. Well, first we go down to get breakfast. Well, I go down to get breakfast.
Okay.
Same.
Dribblebeard has quite the spread going. And you guys have been friendly enough to him that he would offer you up basically whatever you want. He's got plenty of, we'll say, like almost like a full English breakfast kind of spread going for you. Bacon, eggs, bread, beans, sausage.
Nice.
Because that's what I want, like right now.
Right.
Nom, nom, nom.
Thanks, Dribblebeard. Bacon's yummy.
You guys remember what he looks like, right?
Vaguely.
Hair.
Looks like a yeti, kind of like a yeti.
Is he
Okay,
mud
dropped
layer?
it. No, he is.
Yes,
Where did I put him?
So I don't have notes on him.
I know I showed you guys.
You did, but we could stand to see it again.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
Yeah, we could find a werewolf by speaking to animals in the forest. That could work, I suppose. That would be a good idea.
You can speak to animals?
Yeah.
Huh.
I can too.
Oh, that is useful. Then, yeah, maybe we should start asking the beasts of the forest around.
That would be the plan.
I just replied to your picture.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you just click C to.
He kind of looks like a werewolf. I was like furiously scrolling out, but
yeah, I see
you got
it.
there before me.
He's not gonna end up turning out to be the werewolf, right?
No, he's got a pretty airtight alibi as he tends bar basically all day.
And
Fair
he was
enough.
here when
Yeah.
you were attacked.
With I. Yeah.
So I would have seen him at the bar basically all night.
Unless, hear me out, I is the werewolf.
I know, right? That's the.
Don't we need like
Hey,
special
you
weapons
figured it
against a
out.
werewolf?
I have.
Some. This one did seem to be taking damage from what you guys had.
Hey.
He was just healing.
Rebel
Do we remember if we did something that stopped his healing? I think no, right? Like anything that we hit him with, like he is still regenerated. So-
Correct. Let me
Yeah,
see
because
here.
we were hitting him like all together. We were fighting wolves and stuff.
Mhm.
Right, but he
Yeah.
took, like, I can tell you for a fact that he took, like, weapon damage, necrotic, and radiant damage, and none of that stops his regeneration. So maybe we do need silver weapons.
I was
Or
actually about to ask,
which-
is that a thing that we would know, or is that even a thing in game?
Or we just need to hit him hard enough and fast enough.
That is always a
There is
plan.
that too.
So no, I don't think you guys would know that in game because I don't think any of you have fought a werewolf before, at least not in game, not since we started playing.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's not like somebody rolled a 28 on Arcana check for
Yeah,
werewolf.
I might have some theories.
Well, I was about to say the one who might know something about it would be I from stories.
So,
But
what would I know? Silver?
We could ask the Hunters Guild anyway.
Radiant?
well, you would know that normally silver weapons do show up in the stories, but that's not a guarantee that it is true.
Is there like any divine power?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Is there like any divine power sort of deal happening in the stories?
Like
Like radiant
what do you mean?
damage?
Sorry.
I don't know. Like I'm trying to find vulnerability.
Tristan could tell you for a fact that radiant didn't seem to make any difference.
Tragic.
Fire too.
I think
Right.
we should just find it and bash him.
Yeah.
But if we find him during the day, the problem will be solved. It won't be a werewolf.
Yeah.
So, just killing the thing cure Curran, or do we have to then also go and cure Curran after we kill it?
I mean, I could cure him after. It's a pretty simple procedure, I think, to remove a curse.
Just cut his arm off?
Well, no,
You
I
can
would
try.
ask Timora to do it, and she'd be like, "Oh, okay," and yeah,
I don't know who that is.
that's my goddess. Yeah, Lady Luck. You know.
So anyhow, I said let's go to the Hunters Guild, ask some question, maybe borrow a silvered weapon or something, and then let's go find that werewolves. Let's not
Is
wait until the tracks gets cold.
If nothing else, they
Definitely.
might want
I
to
agree.
know that the beast at the sawmill is a werewolf.
Yeah. It won't be a problem in a few hours. I'm confident. Let's go, guys.
So, you seem to know a lot about werewolves. Do you know if they change back to person during the day, only werewolf at night? Is that the deal?
Is that the deal? I think so.
Yeah. So with your check, you would know that at least in the stories, they are more or less compelled to turn
So
at a full moon.
not by will.
Correct. So some people that have this condition choose to embrace it. Others choose not to. So there's some differences between how people respond based on that. But I don't think that you would know them based off the stories.
Okay. So I have a proposal. Oh, Ren, you can go first.
Sorry, I was just going to say that it seems to me like we'll have better luck finding this thing as a person versus as a wolf. I don't know how to find a wolf in miles and miles of woods. I know how to find a person in a city. I could, well, we have more options, I think. I could even talk to them, send them a message if we might want to do that. Tell them we can help them.
You can talk to them.
Yeah, I can send them a message and they can speak back to me. And, if they're a person during the day, I see no reason why we wouldn't be able to communicate.
What if... Hmm. Yeah, we can try communicating.
If they were up all night as a wolf, they're probably sleeping today. All tired, like I would be.
I think what we should do is, while it's not like completely drenched out, like, is it completely drenched outside or is it like drizzling? Like, what's happening?
Drizzling at the moment.
Maybe, but it seems like it's gonna get worse, doesn't it?
I have an idea.
Hard to tell.
I'm gonna use Druidcraft to tell what the weather's gonna be like.
Okay.
Next 24 hours. At least here in Goldenfield, because it's in my location.
Yeah. Let me see.
See if it's gonna get worse.
Harmless sensor that predicts what the weather will be at your location for the next hour. 24 hours. Okay, so sorry, I'm reading the whole thing. A small gray cloud forms in front of you and drenches the table in front of you.
Okay.
It's gonna get bad.
So, you know what I think we should do? We should go to the guild. And we should split up and start asking around questions, like seeing if anybody is behaving weird, if anybody disappeared since the attack on the sawmill started, like aside from the ones who were at the sawmill.
Well, we don't even know if he lives here. So maybe we should just go find the tracks and see where they go.
We could do that, yeah. So I guess there's two options. There is options of asking around the town and seeing if anybody knows anything. And there's the other option of more proactively going back to the sawmill and hoping that we get there before everything is drenched.
So I think we should go to the sawmill and maybe the tracks will come back to town and then we'll know that we have to ask people around.
Okay, that's valid.
Because tracks the time is of the essence for the tracks.
Alright then, let's go to the sawmill.
Let's trek around the forest in the rain again. Sounds good.
I really need a pony or something.
What was that? Sorry, a couple people were talking at once.
I said it could be worse. It could be snow.
Good. All right, give me 1 second. So I'm going to put you guys back on the sawmill map.
Able to find like a big like leaf to use as like a little parasol.
Sure.
Yes. Gonna try to stay as dry as possible under it.
If you guys will adjust your
Chance
HP
to carry it.
to the correct amount. And I'm going to delete a couple things off this map real quick.
Oh, I see Tristan's HP bar.
Do you see the numbers?
No.
Okay.
Cool. All right, so
is this wolf still alive?
that wolf is just chilling, like he's just asleep.
And now he's gone.
And he sees you guys and runs off.
Wait, come back. We need to ask you more questions.
Turns around, he's like, nope. Okay, so you guys managed to now down a quite muddy path that you followed last night to the sawmill. Find your way back outside of the sounds of just drizzling rain in a forest. There's nothing No sounds of animals, no sounds of birds.
So which
I don't know how many of you have grown up in the forest or around a forest.
Through all
Animals
the
tend to
forest?
stay still.
I mean, we could find where he is by just going where there's no sound.
Well, that's the question. Is that true for most of our trek here, or is just this area?
Whole trek. Somebody give me a nature check. Someone who.
I have +2.
I have +2 too.
Either one of y'all.
Okay, I'll do it.
I have a 0.
Not bad, not bad.
You would know that bad weather typically means animals are going to stay put.
But drizzle is not too bad.
It's
Very
coming.
fine rain.
That's true,
It's
but
coming
most
up.
of the time, most animals are going to not be moving around in
Yeah, it's coming
inclement
up
weather.
Which is good for us.
And you might also know that animals can also kind of predict bad weather.
Okay, so I haven't been here. Where did the werewolf come from?
Was
You
it
better
on the
remember.
west, northwest?
Is
I
that
thought
the
they came
direction?
from the path, didn't they? If
Yeah.
I remember correctly.
Is that the direction of the town?
So to the west is the town.
Okay.
Path you came down is here, of course. When Tristan was
It went this
attacking,
way.
yep, it left from here straight up through the brush towards the path that you just came down.
Okay.
So we should try to track him there.
Yes, let's see for broken branches, scraps of fur, cloth, blood, anything like that, and see how far
Okay.
it gets.
Well, give me a survival check.
Didn't Kieran have a really good survival?
Yeah, +4.
Yeah, I have +1, so you should do it.
Yeah,
I
go
would-
look for
Can
your
I
your
help
favorite
with that?
food.
I'll guide Kieran. Go, Kieran. You can do it.
Can I help Kieran with that?
I just rolled a
Are you proficient?
And I'll try to
Yeah,
help
not a
you.
success.
I'm proficient in everything since I have jack of all trade. Well,
Oh,
half proficient in everything.
Yeah, y'all can give him advantage with that if y'all are both helping.
So it's a
Crystal
13
roll.
plus guidance.
You're aiding. Sorry, you are just giving the help action, right?
That gives Kieran
Yeah.
advantage. No.
Yeah.
And I get
so-
guidance.
Right. Was this rolled by Corinne? Because that's
Yeah,
a
I rolled
survival one.
the first roll. It was like a
Ah.
16. Should I just roll again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And add a d4 because you're being guided.
So it's
So
16.
Go
it's
16?
16 plus D4.
20.
20,
Dirty 20.
dirty 20.
Very dirty 20.
Yeah. Okay, so right here outside of the immediate vicinity of the sawmill towards the edge, where it bounded into the woods, it's pretty easy to follow. I mean, this was a big creature. There's a lot of broken branches. You can tell that it was hurt, kind of colliding into the trees and stuff as it ran. It really wasn't, wasn't being agile or anything like that. So, I mean, it's pretty easy to follow, at least for now. Let me see. So, are we following it? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So, as you are following it, eventually you kind of come to a place where it started to follow the trail as it kind of leads northwest before it takes back off into the woods. And at this point, you can tell that it felt at least like it could slow down. And it started to move through the forest a little bit more stealthily. Not quite as like frantic as it might have been as it was fleeing from Tristan. Give me another survival check. And again, with guidance and advantage. Oh,
Is it Kieran or Yart? Which one of
No,
y'all's doing it?
it's just to look if I can give him advantage.
Oh, I thought I
mean,
rolled.
I need to roll above 10, don't I? To give him
Did I
advantage?
say that?
Yes.
Nice.
No.
Nah, it's just
I
if you're
think you just need
proficient.
to be proficient.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have to roll at all?
No.
Okay, then.
Basically, I'm doing that instead of like everybody rolls survival until somebody gets a good one. Okay, 18 if you want to roll d4. Yeah. Again, it's pretty easy to spot. You are able to see tracks, little bits of fur that have fallen off. You will say track him for probably like a quarter of a mile pretty easily through these woods until he comes to a stream. And you could tell that the footprints enter the stream and then they do not exit the stream. So at least intelligent enough to hide its tracks. Right here, the trail goes relatively cold. You can't really tell which direction he went. So what's that?
Is the stream closer to Golden Fields, or is it like?
We'll say you guys have been heading like pretty much due north, and Golden Fields is a big place. So really, kind of about the same distance.
Is the stream strong?
But we're not headed towards like the walled area, basically.
No, not yet. Yeah, I mean it's a relatively big creek for a forest stream.
So it would be hard to go upstream for a while.
I don't know about hard, not for a beast like that.
Yeah,
It's not particularly deep.
Are there other cities around or anything? Other towns or anything they may have tried to go to? That like we would know about?
No, not really. There's really Golden Fields is the only major town in the area. If there are little villages or anything like that, you guys are unaware of them.
I mean, we can walk along the stream and find for the where he exited the stream.
Sure.
But it might take a while.
You going upstream or downstream?
Do you guys see any fishes that you might want to interrogate?
Does Speak with Animals work on fish?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Someone has augury to cut the time a bit.
Yeah, I could do that. Are you sure I shouldn't just like talk to the werewolf, say, "Hey, buddy, like, we're here to help"?
Well, we have to find it.
We do not.
No, I can like send a message to it, like telepathically or whatever.
But don't you need to know where he is for that?
No.
Not even?
Out of character, she needs to have met him.
Out of character, I can cast sending.
Drop the description for me, if you don't mind.
Yep.
A creature with which you are familiar.
I think most DMs rule it as they seen the creature before.
Ah.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, if you send him a message, there's two possibilities. Either he wants our help, or it's the case of someone that doesn't want help, and then you'll be aware that we're coming for him.
It can put them into a panic state if they don't want help.
I mean, I think
make them mess up.
I think it would be a good idea if we cannot find his tracks.
Okay.
But if we can find his tracks, we should just keep looking for him, and then we'll talk to him if he want to talk.
Should we split up and go? One group goes upstream and the other one goes downstream.
Well, I'm not sure we're
We should
good
make
enough
sure
to find tracks. I think Curran is the only one that has some real experience finding tracks of people in the forest. But if we have a spell, maybe we can discard either downstream or upstream if someone has a augury spell.
Splitting up also increases, like, makes this easier targets for ambush. I don't like that.
Well, we just need to be able to meet up before night falls. I'm not too worried about being ambushed by a farmer, but the werewolf is a different story.
It wouldn't cost much to cast an augury spell and just ask, should we search downstream? If there's nothing to be searched there, we will have an answer and then we go upstream.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll save a lot of time.
How wide is the stream, like to the other end?
Probably 10 to 15 feet. Somewhere in that range.
I am also not particularly opposed to the sending plan. I have a lot of confidence in Ren's ability to manipulate this person into showing themselves.
He's AFK, just for the record.
Yeah.
I know.
Because we have no idea how this person is thinking right now. So it's pretty hard to be sure that the message will work. Well, so I still think we should do an augury spell and look for the tracks, and then if it doesn't work, we'll try other options.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
I don't know any kind of magic like that.
Me neither.
You know what spell would be really helpful right now? Like locate creature or something.
Probably.
Just saying, that would be very helpful. I don't know what levels, if that even exists. I think that exists.
I think at the level where we could potentially have locate object, but I don't know about locate creature.
Every time I've ever tried one of those spells as a player, I'm never in range of whatever I'm trying to find.
That's true.
So, meanwhile, maybe we can start looking. Augury must take some time to cast anyway, so we can already start looking.
Yeah, if you want to.
Let's just look around. Maybe they just literally walked in and walked back out.
Hey, maybe you just crossed the stream. Let's look around.
We're going to look around.
Yeah, Kieran's gonna actually. Well, I wonder, you guys think it'd be a good idea to go to the other side of the stream and look as well? Is that what we're doing?
I was actually gonna look on this side to see maybe if he like walked in and walked back out on this side.
It's very possible he just went to the stream to make sure his tracks become lost and then come back.
Yeah.
So let's just look around near the place he entered, and then after with the augury spell, we'll have a better idea where to look for if we haven't found it yet.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Sure. Guys can look around.
I don't like the idea of crossing the stream.
So what are we doing to look? Are we just looking for tracks?
That would be it for now. Around.
Okay. So anybody that's looking in a different place, Kieran, what did you say you were doing again? Sorry, you're looking to see if he came back out.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be looking where they're looking at right now. I guess we're all kind of looking the same areas, just kind of where he went in to see if he maybe came back out.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another survival check.
Ooh.
Good thing you got advantage.
Oh, nice.
No tracks that you can spot.
Okay.
So as far as you can tell, he did not exit the stream right here.
So it's probably further away, up or down. Ren, are you back?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be back in just
a
second.
You're good.
Again, unless there is like fishes to interrogate, I think we need Ren at this point. Yeah,
There's no animals, right?
Sure, there are trout in the stream.
Not sure I can talk with trouts.
Speak with trout. But no animals outside of that. No, there are fish in the stream, but they don't really give a shit about stuff being outside of the water. No birds,
Come on,
no
bear.
larger animals or anything like that you can see.
Come on, Bear. We want to hear you roleplay a trout.
Go, 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 go. Werewolf. Please don't make me do that.
I'm back. What are we making Bear do?
I'm gonna
Roleplay a
roleplay a
trout.
trout
I had to go
here in a
FK
minute.
real quick. Just 1 moment.
We're waiting for Ren.
What is the intelligence score of a trout?
Uh,
Not high.
just little under Andrew, probably.
Let's see. Intelligence 1, -5. It's the only thing that comes up. So I don't think speak with animals would even work.
I know, I don't think so.
It has to have an intelligence of greater than 1, right?
Let me look.
I'm back.
Okay, the knowledge and awareness of many beasts is limited by their intelligence. So you could totally try it if you wanted to.
Oh yeah, I was reading that. I was wondering, like, do fish even count as beasts? Because it does specify beasts and not just like animals.
Right. I think I would allow you to use the spell and
Knucklehead trout, a small
Could-
beast unaligned.
yeah, I found a knucklehead trout too. So
Are you talking to a trout?
Yeah. I'm not sure the trout would have been there the night before and would be intelligent enough to tell us, but meanwhile, I guess I'll just cast Speak with Animals because I have nothing else to do. Waiting for Ren to come back.
how long does speak with animals last? 10 minutes.
Oh, it's 10 minutes. 10 minutes to cast it, and 10 minutes. It lasts 10 minutes.
Cool. Well, I hope our cats didn't murder one another.
God, my cats do that.
Or
It's
Ren.
ridiculous.
One of the reasons I didn't sleep last night is my dog, Scout, was going absolutely bonkers at my front window and woke me up at about 2. And I walk up there, and there is an armadillo on my front porch.
So what now?
An armadillo? It's a southern animal. I'll show you a picture.
I know what an
It's
armadillo
a cinch.
is.
It's a century.
No. I know what an armadillo is. I'm asking, where do you?
Why there was an armadillo
Yes.
there?
I live in Texas. We have things like that here.
I didn't know Texas had armadillos.
Mini. It's
Oh my god, that's so cute. I love it. Look at its little
They're-
hands.
Can you play soccer with them?
No, they're mean. They would not like that. They got pretty sharp little claws, and they burrow like crazy.
The little hands.
But yeah, he was just pecking around in my front yard, and my dog took offense at that. But she takes offense at anything being in my front yard, even though she's never even in my front yard.
She's just doing her duty, like keeping you safe from dangerous armadillos.
She is indeed a guard dog. I think she's got a little bit of German Shepherd in her. And apparently that's a pretty big trait in them, that they just bark at literally anything that moves at night. She's mostly Australian cattle dog. While we're waiting for Ren, I will show you guys.
Yep.
Because I love my dog. Even if she's a pain sometimes.
I love my cats, but my cats have been like pooping on the daybed recently. It's very tragic. I got like a spray
I
to
feel
like
that.
like to spray on the daybed and be like, hey, you hate this smell, so you're not gonna go there. It didn't work today, so we're gonna hope that it like soaks into the daybed and they will hate it and won't like go on it, but who knows?
Yeah, I don't know if that stuff works or not.
Well,
Cats are weird.
I read the reviews, and reviews were like, yes, it absolutely worked for my pet, like it worked for my cat, blah blah blah. It like they stopped urinating on the stuff. So we'll see.
Just a warning, I never had that stuff work for me with like my cats. They would always just they find a certain place where they'd want to go pee where they're not supposed to, but they just do it regardless. It's just one of those things.
Got really lucky with both of my animals. Neither one of them goes anywhere they're not supposed to.
They used to be really good. They used to be so good about not going places they're not supposed to. I don't know what happened.
How long has it been going on?
Like, it's been going, honestly, it's been going on. Like, they have attitude. Like, one of my cats has major attitude issues.
Oh.
And she used to do it only when I would leave for a long period of time. But I think it might be because we moved and she didn't like that and she's like rebelling still, but it's been over a year since we moved.
I wonder if the move. Wait, didn't you just move?
Well, we moved first and then we moved now, so she might be still rebelling about that.
Yeah.
But like,
I wonder if that's it, actually. Because, like, a change in environment, I would imagine.
Maybe.
Yeah, cats are fickle like that. They do weird stuff.
No, my cat's a jerk sometimes. She's super sweet, but
hoping that like it goes away soon. Because like when it was just me and my boyfriend, it's like it's our cats, like we deal with it.
Yeah.
But we have roommates now.
Sure.
And the daybed is technically theirs. Like they don't sleep on it. It's like a couch, but like it's technically theirs, and the mattress.
Yeah.
Is theirs.
Oh, that's not good.
So I'm just hoping this shit stops, because like there's nothing like we can do really, aside from like covering the couch in like aluminum foil or whatever.
Well, your friend was absent a while. I suppose we could just start tracking or something.
Yeah, we could. I know, Indri, you're about to have to leave, aren't you? Indri? Oh, okay. Indri is going to be back in about 30 minutes.
Okay, so I'll stop recording for now and we can just wait until Indri is back.
Yeah, we can just pick back up whenever.
Okay.
So, what was decided on the river? We're going up or down?
Oh, we're just
I
looking
believe we're
around.
waiting for
Depends on your augury spell, basically.
Timora to tell us what to do.
Sorry. I left at an inopportune moment then. Alright.
Oh, you're fine.
Ren will then pull out her deck of cards and begin auguring. I don't know if that's a verb. And she is going to ask, hang on. I'll cast that as a ritual, so it doesn't use the spell slot.
Okay.
Let me think about how to word this.
You could just ask if we'll have good result if we search for his track downward or upward, one or the other. I mean, if you ask for downward and he's never been there, we'll have like wheel or woe, or we'll have woe. We won't have wheel.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like, what if he didn't go either way? You know, there's always the possibility that he's tricked us somehow. But okay, I'll do that.
Plus also, yeah, if we go in its direction, that might be woe as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but we're just talking about looking for tracks. I mean,
Mm,
or there's something else that we could do. You could like, if you want to trick the destiny, you could make a bet with Curran that he will not find tracks. And then for you, it would be bad if Currans find them.
So I do want to point out, like Tristan said here, this doesn't look like it's not so specific as to say, if I go this way, will I find tracks? At least not to my reading, right? It's more like, if I take this course of action, will I have good results or bad results?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is she could ask if I take a bet with Curran that he will not find track upstream.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like it's not well.
It's a course of action, and if Curran looks for tracks and finds them, then Ren will owe Curran money. So that would be whoa. So that would be a way to come to
right,
take care of the problem.
The outcome might still come wheel if like even if she loses money, if the alternative is like we all get eaten by wolves. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like going towards a combat scenario would be woe, but maybe also going away from our objective would be woe. I don't know.
It would still be will to find a way to help Curran, but
I think this one would come back wheel and woe.
No matter which direction.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard upstream, but I could have. Well, there you go.
Upstream is as good as any other direction. We'll go with that.
So yeah, wheel and woe. You turn over. This is like a tarot card deck, right? More or less, or playing card.
But
okay.
Yeah, flipping it as if it were tarot.
We should just. Which cards do you think are wheel, and which card do you think is woe? Just so I can make a note, so that in the future we can.
Let me think. I think
I'd say
wheel
red
would
is
be the
wheel.
Joker. And
Well,
I'm sorry, what?
If you want my advice, red is wheel, black is woe, and the Joker is will and woe.
Okay, I'm thinking more of like actual numbers, or yeah, like not just the suits, but that could be it too. I'm thinking Joker for wheel though, and like something in the nobility for woe, like the queen or the king.
Any face card.
Other than the Joker.
Yeah, sorry. I usually don't think of the
And
Joker.
wheel and woe could be anything other than those cards. Or actually, anything other than those cards would be nothing. Wheel and woe would be some combination of them.
Will and woe can be the ace, maybe?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. The ace, yeah. So wheel is Joker, woe is nobility, wheel and woe is the ace, anything else is nothing.
Yeah, so if we're talking upstream, then you pull an ace out of the deck of cards.
Okay. Yeah, Ren will turn to everybody and be like, kind of like shrug, like, yeah, I don't know. It's inconclusive.
Well, we can always go upstream for a bit, and then if we don't find anything, we can go. And the rain. Well, no, the rain probably is gonna start, so we have to choose one.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably go upstream, and if we don't find anything, just head back for the village.
Well, I'll ask the trout. Maybe they have the answer.
Oh man, you're gonna make me do this, aren't you?
Yes.
So what do you ask it?
If they know is there a big wolf?
What are you saying to this trout, Jarek, specifically? So that...
Have you seen a big wolf yesterday?
Okay. I need to remind you that a trout has an intelligence rating of 1.
Have you seen a big wolf?
It looks up at you as you kind of stop one, and it seems surprised. Number one, that it can understand you. Bubbles kind of come out of its mouth a little bit. It looks up at you with just blank eyes, and all you get from it is worms.
That's what I thought.
Worms. Go.
So should we just like look for track upstream and we'll see?
I think
Wait,
so.
what did the fish say?
Worms.
No,
nothing-
Tristan asking Jarek.
Nothing more intelligent than what you usually say.
The fish begins to follow you, and it's just talking to you. Like all it's saying is worms. Though it won't shut up.
I give the fish a good berry.
Worms.
Yeah, out of character, Jarek just acquired a Pokemon.
Pretty much, but it's a magic carp. So-
It's a magic
Maybe
trout.
it'll turn into a dragon one day.
So should we just
Kick
look
it hard
upstream
enough.
for tracks then?
Yes.
So let's go. With guidance and speak with animal is useless.
Okay, so upstream.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me, I guess, let's just call it another survival check.
Kieran.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, sorry. I'm using my laptop and I can't like talk and use the mouse pad at once.
Weird.
Yeah,
Okay.
just let you know.
Yeah, okay. Survival check, that's good enough. Basically, as you move north, again, you find maybe where it's come in and out of the water a little bit. But eventually you find where it has turned back east to kind of move deeper into the forest. But you also pick up on a few other tracks that have joined it at this point, which seem about the right size for the remaining wolves that you did not kill at the sawmill.
Well, let's follow them then.
Sure.
I am following Corinne at this point.
Let me look at a couple of notes I took. Give me.
Where
All
he
right.
goes, we follow, and what he tells us is what we know. Because I'm not good at tracking.
Sure. All right. So as you guys begin to move through the deeper bits of the forest, the heavier underbrush, one thing that does eventually start to happen is you notice the tracks begin to kind of deform a little bit. At least the bigger tracks that you're following of what you would assume is the werewolf. Eventually they almost like disappear and turn into the footprints of what you would assume is a man.
How big?
Hmm?
How big are the
Oh.
footprints? Like,
Normal size.
okay.
Like normal person size.
Like human rather than like halfling.
Yes, definitely more like full size human rather than gnome or halfling or something. Okay, so are you guys? I mean, so far you haven't, but are you guys trying to be quiet or anything at all, or?
Curran wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Not especially, but he's not like stomping around. He's just kind of
Sure.
going.
Does it change anything if we try to be quiet?
We're just walking through the woods, minding our own business.
Yep.
We're absolutely not tracking these tracks, you know. We're just walking through the woods.
All right.
Like even
so
if I'm trying, I'm Tristan. So stomp, crunch,
doesn't really matter.
every
yeah.
branch in the
Let me
damn
look.
forest cracks under my feet.
Okay. Let me get one token because I didn't expect for you guys to do this in the daytime. Give me 1 second.
It's gonna be sad if it's just like some old man.
Yeah.
I mean, he did try to
Where's-
kill us.
But like he didn't mean to.
The whole question is whether there is a way to cure Karen without killing this man. If there isn't, then the greater good demands that we prevent werewolf Karen from manifesting
That is true.
one way or the other.
Give me 1 second, guys. I need to upload one thing real quick.
The real question is, can we still get the fur if we kill it in human form?
No.
Do we need the fur for the cure?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
What do we need for the cure exactly, anyway?
I think I don't remember. I don't know why I started speaking. Think I know anything?
Who was the person who identified the cure? Jarek, or?
Yeah.
So what do we need for the cure? What would Jarek know?
We need Kieran to bite him.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
Do you roll a deception check, Jarek?
Sorry, I'm resetting a map. I had a nighttime map, and that bothers me enough that I want to fix it. So,
Oh, sorry about that.
nope, you're good. I should have been prepared for it. I'm a dum-dum.
You can never be prepared for what your players decide to do.
You really can't, and it would be so much easier in person. Just have a map, and it would be like, oh, imagine it's daytime rather than night.
We can do that with virtual maps too. Like,
But like the knowledge that you could have a daytime map versus a nighttime map.
just do what I do for my campaign setting. There is no sun, so it's always night maps.
Well,
Have
give
any
it
of
time.
you heard of Tailspire? I think I talked about it before.
You and I have talked about it for sure. I would really like to try it, but I'm a little worried about the amount of assets that they have for it at the moment.
Yeah, I'm really hoping they introduce like a way to upload your own assets soon enough.
I'm sure they will. I mean, that's like a
I know
mainstay
for a
of.
fact that like their Discord asks them about it quite frequently.
I mean, it can't be that hard to do. Okay, here's what I'm going to use. Okay, so a second ago, you had mentioned that you guys were planning on killing this guy anyway, regardless of human or wolf form. Is that what I heard?
No, like we're trying to figure out if there's a way to cure Curran without killing him.
Okay.
Yeah, Tristan is just making the argument that if there is no way to cure Corinne without killing him, then it's for the greater good that we would be killing him.
Yeah. Okay. So I want.
He says, smiling where nobody's watching.
I would like for Yark, give me Dang it. Give me another medicine check. And this is basically, we're gonna figure out a way for you to have like some innate knowledge of this, and I think Tristan dropped some Eberron lore into the chat earlier that I think we're gonna use, but more or less, you have enough experience with werewolves, werewolves to know that this particular flavor of werewolf, Kieran cannot be cured. Let me see what you rolled. Yep, Kieran cannot be cured without first killing the attacking werewolf, and then he can't be cured completely until the next full moon. Which at that point it's as easy as removing a curse, but it is useless to remove the curse until this werewolf is dead.
Well,
so
that it's simple then.
Relatively, maybe, depending. So you guys are able to move up this stream, find where it is, and the path that you follow keeps continuing to cross the stream and into the like denser parts of the forest until you start to see, kind of in the distance, a little bit of a stone structure, almost like in the like sense of almost Stonehenge. And you see almost like an obelisk, like sitting in the center of almost a half circle of just stone pillars set in the ground. And as you move closer, you see at the base of this stone pillar a man who is currently passed out on the ground. But the tracks you have been following lead directly to him.
Well, someone should tie him up. Do we want to talk to him before we do it, or get him in his sleep?
I don't know.
I mean, could it be someone else, the werewolf? I don't think so.
Will we know if we got the right person?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Will we know if we got the right person? And Tristan would be asking Jarek, basically.
Would we?
No.
Probably not. So we need a remove curse after that, right?
At the next full moon, yes.
Yeah, I have
At
that.
the next full moon or before?
It's got to be under a full moon.
Wait, so we need to...
Is it still a full moon
tonight?
I don't think we ever decided. So it's not the first night. Last night was not the first night. So we'll say tonight would be the last night of the full moon.
Right, so it would be a full moon and we would be able to remove the curse, and also Corinne wouldn't transform tonight. Seems like it would all work out.
So current won't transform tonight in any case, but...
Correct.
Yeah, if that's the good man, and it probably is, because I don't see what the half-naked, passed-out man would do at this place in the forest if he wasn't the werewolf.
Will you know after the remove curse is cast?
Maybe.
My thought process here is whether we want to tie him up and wait for him to transform to make absolutely sure that we got the right person, or if we want to just run him through a sword right now and hope we got the right person.
I'm pretty sure if we get close to him, the two walls we saw earlier will try to protect him or something. So that would be proof enough, wouldn't it?
I suppose, if that happens.
What if he's passed out, right?
Currently, yes.
Okay, so we tie him up, we wait until night, we see if he transforms, And if he does, then we finish.
Are you
And we
carrying
have to
chains?
fight a werewolf.
Oh, he'll be a tied up werewolf.
Yeah.
Will rope hold with this
Probably won't
thing?
be
I
tied
doubt
up.
so.
I have manacles. Don't ask me why.
As long as they are the sturdy kind, not the happy playtimes kind.
No, they're like legit manacles.
We could just ask him.
But I think a werewolf is not a small or medium creature, is it? Is it large?
At the moment, he's a medium creature.
Is it easy to
At the
cross that stream?
Yes, not very deep.
All right.
It's the one you've been walking through.
I guess we can tie him up, manacle him, and then ask him if he's a werewolf.
Let's just go on the other side of the stream and talk to him, but
Okay.
try to
Clang,
get in the
clang,
stream
clang,
and not
clang, clang,
drown.
Clang, 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 clang.
Really committing to the bit there.
Is there any wolves nearby?
Make a perception check.
I'm pretty sure they won't be far. I'm sure of nothing.
None that you can currently see.
What if we try to like remove curse from him as well? Will that like free Kern from?
Then
Well,
we need
with-
to kill whoever bit this guy.
Yeah, probably. Maybe he's already dead though.
Mm.
How could we know? Well, if you absolutely want to, you could remove curse that guy and then wait until the night and see if he transforms or something like that. But you know,
Nah, it's fine.
What are we doing?
Tying the poor dude up, I guess.
Okay. So you're throwing the manacles on him?
Yeah.
Are you just
Hold
like,
on the truth.
are we
But
just
then
like hog tying the guy, or are we like tying him to the obelisk, or what are we doing?
Yeah, let's tie him to the obelisk, but like, don't rough him up too much.
Oh, rough him up, you said?
No, don't rough him up.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Okay. Somebody give me a sleight of hand check. Let's see how good your knot is.
Ooh, I'm good at that.
Manacles
Oops,
behind the
I
back
lied.
or in front?
Behind.
Behind the back. All right.
we could have used a medical on his ankles too.
I only
Do we have more
one
than one set?
No, I
Okay.
only have
Huh?
one set.
Okay. So Rin, you tie him up, you tie the knot kind of in the back of the obelisk away from him. His hands are in manacles behind him. As you guys are kind of maneuvering him into position, he wakes up slightly, very groggy, very unaware of what's happening, a little bit alarmed at his current surroundings. Imagine yourself waking up from like a particularly rough bender of a night, and suddenly 6 people are around you tying you up. Wouldn't be a fun experience, right?
Mm-mm.
And he just kind of manages to like slur out a couple words. He's just like, "What are you? Where am I? What are you doing?"
Hello, good sir. Do you know you are a werewolf at night?
What? Why do you have me tied up?
So you don't know you are a werewolf at night?
He's just almost acting like he's drunk, like just shaking his head, and you start to see him just struggle against the
We
ropes.
don't have to wait until the full moon. I'm sure werewolves would react to the moon touch dagger.
That's a good point. Are you hungry, sir?
How is that going to lead?
I mean, maybe he has something to tell us. I don't know. I give
Sir,
him a
what's
good berry. Eat that, sir. You'll feel better.
what's the last thing, sir? What's the last thing you remember from before waking up here?
I was asleep in my hut. I live here in the forest.
Does anybody else live with you?
No,
Does anybody else live in the forest?
there are some, but not many.
Do you often wake up in the middle of the forest without knowing how you got there? Let's say a couple times a month around the same few days?
No. No. Not that I know of.
Have you ever been bitten by a werewolf?
A werewolf?
Yes.
What exactly are you saying?
Have you been bitten by a werewolf?
No.
Have you pissed off a witch?
No.
Like a witch, like a sorcerer?
A witch?
Yes.
No.
Can I insight this person?
Sure. Give me a check.
Do you have a particularly nasty ex?
No. No. I've been alone for many years. Tristan, with that insight roll, what you gather from him is confusion and fear.
But he's being honest that he doesn't often wake up in the middle of the forest. Like
As
this
far
is-
as he knows.
Do you know how you end up here, sir?
No. I don't.
How do you feel right
I don't even
now?
know where here is. Not exactly comfortable. You people have me tied up.
We're sorry, it's a precaution. We'll untie you if this is a huge misunderstanding and like.
Are you some kind of bandits?
No.
Did you drag me from my home?
No, we didn't do that. We found you here by tracking a werewolf.
What?
It's
Sir,
very...
I think you are the werewolf, so
It's
maybe you should
preposterous.
I try to convince him that you might really be the werewolf. Think carefully of what you remember from last night.
I remember being in my hut.
Can
Yes,
we
and after that,
Can somebody remind me how the Moon-Touch dagger works?
It just gives off moonlight, basically. Let
Maybe
me
they
actually
will...
look this up.
I don't think
We
he'll
might-
transform, but he might react to it somehow.
Has Karain been reacting to it before when Andrew
And we
was
showed
waving it
Karain.
around?
Oh, was
do
there
you have
a-
any silver?
Silver.
Tristan sadly looks
bronze.
inside his purse.
I don't have silver. I have a crowbar and a crystal.
break-
Break a
you could-
silver crowbar.
You could break his legs. Hello, who's there?
Me.
Indri's back. Yay, Indri. So, all right, Indri, just to catch you up real quick. They tracked all the way through the woods to this clearing with semi-Stonehenge looking build. And in the center was an obelisk, and they currently have a man who they tied up and manacled to the obelisk that they are interrogating, trying to convince him he is a werewolf, and he's not having it.
Hey, Ren, didn't you like steal some silver stuff at some point?
Yes, at several points. I
And
don't have any right now.
and why would there be an obelisk right here in the middle of the forest? And why would he come back here exactly? I'll take a look at that obelisk to be sure it's nothing
That's a good point.
related.
Oh, does it look like there's like wolf tracks around here by any chance?
Give me a, let's say, survival check.
Oh, Jesus. My survival is so bad.
Hard to tell. Looks like there have been some tracks through here, but you can't identify them as wolf. Yes, we did, Idri. You flew across, though. Don't worry.
Can Kieran check the tracks?
Sure.
I'll help Corinne.
You said you were helping, so that'd be what, at advantage?
Yeah, if you want to.
Advantage
Okay,
plus a
just wanna make sure.
d4 since I guide you.
Yeah, there are definitely wolf tracks through here. None leading to him, but around kind of the edges of the site here.
Well, we were following human tracks for a while, weren't we?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which makes it strange that he doesn't remember walking here.
Well, maybe he was bitten by a werewolf last full moon and now it's his first time as a werewolf.
That means there is another werewolf around here.
So, do we want to fight the werewolf on the off chance that this man is not who all signs point out him to be?
Well, I don't want to.
Or do we want to try to run him by the sword right now?
No, I don't want to kill him without any actual like solid proof.
So I'm assuming you're saying that out loud, right?
Tristan is.
Okay. At
Then we
that, the
can
old
wait
man's
until the
eyes
night.
just widen, and he's like, "Please, please, I'm just an old man trying to live his life in the woods.
And then what are you doing here this morning?
I don't know."
Okay. How about this? How much time do we have until it's sundown?
A lot.
Several hours.
How about this? Lead us to your hut. We'll see if there's any signs of werewolf activity. If you transformed in your hut, there should be signs of werewolf activity. Correct?
Makes sense.
Yeah. So if there's no signs, that means that we're wrong and that we're sorry, but if there are signs, we'll have to do something about it.
All right. We can be around him until he turns. And
yes, basically.
And the other problem with your first idea, Tristan, is that if he's not the werewolf and we kill him and we think the problem is solved, then in 1 month we might have a very bad surprise with Kieran.
Especially if remove curse doesn't tell us that things
So we have
been.
to be very sure.
Also, I think we have to be very sure this is the werewolf that attacked Curran. Because what if there's multiple?
Well, at that point, will we be able to ever find the werewolf that bit Karen?
We'll see.
Maybe.
Let's go to this. Let's help this old man up and have him lead us to his hut, right?
Yep. Loading map. Give me a second.
Okay.
So I'm assuming you keep him manacled?
Yeah, but like we'll let him walk and stuff. So just like keep him manacled.
Yeah, but keep him attached because he knows the woods very well. You don't want him to run.
Yeah, Kieran's gonna kind of keep him close to him, to keep an eye on him.
All right.
If you are still a man by the time the moon comes out tonight, then you have our apologies. But
and we'll like
if
toss
not,
some gold in there as well. I don't know if you use gold in the forest.
Working on a map. Give me 1 second.
All right.
All right.
The edges say night, but the center says day. Okay, so he leads you through. There's no discernible path, but he clearly knows his way through the forest, and he leads you to the small clearing where he's got a very small hut that looks like just like a single room kind of hovel kind of thing, and a small garden out front, and a little coop out back. Stream runs across right in front of it. It is currently bubbling with lots of trout, and the same trout that Yark talked to earlier has somehow found him here and just looks up and says, "Worm?" And the old man points at it, and the door to the hut is open. But from this distance, you can't really tell a lot.
Is there smoke up the chimney?
No, that's just on the map. Sorry.
All right. Let's get a close look. I mean, there's two options, really. Either that guy is a werewolf, or the werewolf, which we already know is intelligent, took that guy and put it there to be some kind of red herring or something for us.
Yeah, because it is a little weird that he's confused and he doesn't really remember anything, but the werewolf seemed to be very what's the word, conscious about everything, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the easier way to distinguish between those two possibilities is wait for the moon to be out. What would be unfortunate if it's turned out to be more than one werewolf.
Well,
Yeah, but
let's
we'll have a
look-
good idea if we look inside this hut.
Yes, like approaching it carefully. Does it look like the door has been opened from the inside, or is that like does it look like there's struggle, or is it just open?
So I'll say this: this map probably doesn't do a good job of representing what like a lone old man's house in the middle of the woods really looks like. It's not quite as neat as this map would suggest.
Okay.
So it's more of like a shack, you know. Give me a perception check or an investigation check. Let's actually call it that.
Who wants my help looking?
I have +2 on my investigation. I'll go if nobody else wants to do it.
Anyone is proficient in it?
I have -2.
I have +2.
Right, you can.
I'll give you my help then.
So, like I said, you know, this is like a ramshackle little hut more than it is like a nice house. It's kind of hard to discern whether or not like something is torn through here or anything like that, but it is like the door is hanging open. And it's like a little bit loose on whatever's holding it in place.
Mm-hmm.
Inside, I mean, there's like nothing. I mean, this man lives very sparingly in the woods. He himself is like dirty, and you know, like it looks like he's maybe not bathed in a long time. Because why would he? He has no friends, you know. Like, there's like a small sleeping pad in a corner, a little like fireplace with a chimney, and maybe like a table. And that's really all that he owns.
What's happening over here?
Yeah, that is really
It doesn't
strange.
look good for you, old man.
Sorry, I didn't even notice that on the map. We'll say that's woodland animals for now, okay? I didn't even notice the bones. I thought it was an outhouse or something. So, at
And the
first
blood
glance,
smear?
right? I will say at first glance, it looks like something has kind of bullied its way out of the house, but it's hard to know for sure.
Out
Are
of
there
the
any
house.
like tracks? Could I check for like tracks and stuff? Maybe around the house that could be showing anything?
What's this?
Sure. I found this map like 2 minutes ago.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's not that well thought out. I'm sorry.
I will ask, what is this tree?
The tree is an oak.
was planted
there's no
120 years
stairs.
ago. We'll just say it's part of the house.
We should maybe look on his pillow if there's werewolves.
Yes, let's look if there's fur.
Fur, exactly.
Any claw marks.
So, Kieran, with that, I will say that there are tracks leading from his house to the stream, but the rain has obscured them to this point. It's been raining on it basically all day. It's hard to tell exactly what they are. They look bigger than a person, but it's hard to tell.
Is there anything maybe like that signify anything coming to the house like that?
Again, it's a little hard to tell.
Okay.
That's a really good roll, but at the same time, like I think just based on the weather conditions and the area around the house, like it would be impossible to discern what actually made these tracks.
Okay. Because yeah, he's going to mention that he's not, not quite sure if the dude is actually a werewolf, because it just seems a little weird to him. Because the werewolf was actually very intelligent and everything, and this guy, he doesn't seem like, unless he's acting, he doesn't really seem like the type to do that. He's very confused and stuff.
So, Yark, you're inside looking around?
Yep, looking if there is fur on the pillow.
Yep. Have you already rolled
like
investigation?
No, I did not. I'll guide
Okay,
myself through my investigation. So that... total of 14.
All right. So what you see, again, like the inside of this house is pretty spare. It's got dirt floors. There, in what he calls his bed, which is really just like a mat on the floor, like a straw mat with maybe a blanket. If you're looking at it, it's dirty. It's not like particularly there's nothing in it that screams, hey, a werewolf sleeps here. But it's dirty. It is like got dirt and mud kind of on it. Like he does, like again, this guy just doesn't bathe regularly. So, and it's a dirt floor. We'll say it's sweat stained for sure. No signs of like just tufts of fur or anything like that. Nothing quite so apparent.
Is there any blood?
Blood inside?
Does he appear wounded? That's a good question.
The old man? No. But do remember that the werewolf heals.
Yeah, that's why I asked.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not a werewolf and he was just snatched by a werewolf, he would have wounds or scratch or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Maybe.
Probably.
Hey,
that's assuming a werewolf took him, though.
Do we know?
Yeah, how?
Do we know if they heal in human form too?
We do not.
We could try scratching him.
I mean, sure, you could try it.
Not a werewolf and like nothing happens. Like, hey, and Andrew, you're the one with the moon touch dagger, aren't you?
Yeah, I got my dagger.
Poke him. Like, don't like stab him, like, but like.
First, maybe show the dagger to.
So I'm sorry. What are we doing?
What were you saying? Sorry.
I say it sounds kind of mean, but go ahead and bring him over here, and I'll do it.
Well, sir, you're coming with us then.
Why don't you come, Andrew? Are you afraid of water or something?
Sorry, we're taking him over to Andrew.
Tristan would.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you doing, Andrew?
Yeah, once he's over here, I'll pull out the moon touched dagger. Bathing him in the moonlight from it.
Does he react to that? And does Corinne react to that?
Let me look one thing up.
I hope he won't transform.
Both of them
That's
turn into
fine.
werewolves and then
Let them fight.
So I'm sorry. You're just showing him the Moontouch sword, or your dagger?
If he doesn't react after just a couple seconds, then I'll like poke him in the shoulder with it.
Okay. So as far as a reaction, give me a perception check.
I actually don't have my sheet open.
No noticeable reaction to you.
Can I roll?
If you're over there, if you want, you can roll perception.
I mean, if we are
Or-
doing
or
it as a group, Tristan
can-
would be doing it, but also
Yeah.
like we don't want
Let's-
everybody to do it. So
Right. So you guys can help Indri do it if you want.
Yeah, I'll help Andre.
So Indri, you roll with advantage in that case. 22. The
Big
only
difference.
thing that you notice is the pupils dilate.
Yeah, I mean it's shiny.
What was that? I'm sorry, you kind of cut out.
Henry,
Oh, did I lose you again?
we cannot hear him.
Uh-oh. Someone has cast silence on Indri.
Well, before stabbing him, maybe I can just like look at the guy to look if he's all right, health-wise or something.
Does his shoulder wound regenerate?
Did we stab him in the shoulder?
Oh yeah, like I poked him like with the intention of drawing just a little
Like-
bit of blood.
No regeneration that you can see.
Well, poor Curran. Or like Curran is not fully transformed yet, right?
Well, we don't really know.
I don't want to poke her, and he's my friend.
Yeah, but he also
I don't
has
wanna
a
make
shit
him
ton of hit
angry.
points.
Kieran's very quiet about all this.
If you want to stab Curran, you can stab Curran. I'm not stabbing Curran.
I'm not asking you to
You can stab me if you want
Curran.
to.
I'm asking you to poke Curran. There is a difference.
I stabbed Corinne.
You don't have the Moontouch dagger.
You don't even have a Moontouch dagger, so you're just stabbing Kieran.
You just stabbed her.
I stabbed Corinne in the leg a little bit.
Kieran, how do you react to that?
Well, you said I could stab you.
Sorry, I had to step away for like 2 seconds. My
Oh, you're
dogs
fine.
We're doing something. No, so he stabbed me, right?
A little bit.
Yarrick did, but he doesn't even have the Moontouch dagger, so.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna smack him upside the head, just backhand, just pow.
Tonk.
Is Curran healing though?
No.
I think Curran does more damage from the unarmed attack that Yarrick does with the dagger poke.
More than likely. Kieran, do you rage? No.
Not that mean.
You can rage. I have calm emotion. I'm ready for you.
Okay, I have a request for entry then. Can we show like do the same thing with the dagger to Curran and see if like his pupils do the same thing?
I mean, throwing light in front of the eyes of someone, pupil will do that. It's normal.
Wait, no. You said
Oh, it's supposed to be the opposite.
Pupils dilated, yes.
That's not normal.
That's not normal.
That is not
He's
normal.
a werewolf.
I think he is.
Okay, we can stab him now. It's fine.
Are we all in agreement? And Tristan
Well-
got his sword.
Andre will just drop the dagger for anyone who wants it, and he's gonna back up.
Well, sir,
I don't know how I feel about stabbing this old man.
sir, old man. Do you know any other way we could cure our friend that you bit last night?
I
If
don't
not-
know what you're talking about. I am not a werewolf.
I have a question.
Can I do an insight on that?
Sure.
From my fairy tales and my brilliant roll of a 22, way back when, would I know if humans transformed into werewolves remembered anything from their werewolf time?
I think the stories would be pretty mixed on it. So they may not necessarily. All right, think about like fairy tales.
Yeah.
They don't paint werewolves as good guys ever,
Yeah.
right? So I think fairy tales would probably tell you that no matter what, killing the werewolf is a good thing. And they probably play pretty loose with whether or not that person knows they are or not.
Well, we could do a little test with the Moonlight Dagger. Let's just put it in the face of everybody and see their eyes, what they do.
Okay.
Do you want to?
that's a
Yark,
good
with an
idea.
insight check, this guy at least thinks that he is telling the truth. He knows that he does not believe that he is a werewolf.
All right. So let's do the test with the dagger.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Who's doing the test?
Shine it on my eyes.
Yeah, everybody. Let's test everybody.
Yeah, we're just shining it in everybody's eyes and see what happens.
Sure. Somebody give me a perception check.
Well, we'll look precisely at the eyes, so it's pretty hard to miss at this
So you
point.
could do it with advantage, actually. Yeah. Nobody has quite the same reaction.
Fine.
You know, there's natural dilation to light and darkness, but not,
I mean, if we
not to
put
that
light,
degree.
if we put light in front of someone, the pupil will get smaller.
Yeah, it's contracting.
Correct.
It's not
So
dilating.
everybody's pupil is getting smaller except that guy. And what happens to Curran?
Same thing that happens to the rest of you.
But that guy gets dilated. If we try it again, it's the same result, right?
Yeah, same result as the first time.
Look, he
The guys,
he has no idea, but he's the werewolf we're looking for.
Andrew has-
That's what I'm thinking.
Let's finish this.
Andrew
And
has-
Please, I'm begging you, I'm not a werewolf.
I am sure you believe that, sir. And Tristan is lifting up his sword. Does any of you do anything?
This guy puts up his manacled hands and is just crying at this point, begging
Wait.
for his life.
Karen's gonna stop you.
1, 2. Okay.
No, stop.
Yeah, don't do that. This is
How does-
even if he is what we think he is, it's not right to just kill someone in chains. If we really are gonna do it, then I want to fight him. I figured that would probably be the best way to give him some sort of honor to die instead of just killing him outright like that.
And if he bites the rest of us,
Do you want to fight him
that's why
in
I'm
his
gonna fight
werewolf
him.
farm? At this point, if you're talking about honor,
Can we just like tie him to that pillar and see if he transforms?
We could do that. Do you guys want to try fighting a werewolf again though? Because that was not fun.
I mean, if we're ready for it, it's not a problem.
and if it escapes,
But if it escapes, we have a problem. Yeah.
I think the risk of werewolf Kuren is not something that we should take lightly. This
And
old man was formidable when transformed. Can you imagine what would happen if Kuren turns?
Yeah, I do want to point out that this is an old man. Like his body is broken. Like it's not Kieran. If you say you want to fight him, it's not going to be a fight. It's going to be a
okay. It's
murder.
like, okay, I didn't realize he was that.
Yeah,
bad.
he's
Okay.
not. He's not like a healthy.
He's not
Like
bad.
if you
Old
want
man.
to fight him, you want to fight him as a werewolf, but
If you're gonna
Gotcha.
fight him, he's not gonna stand a chance.
So while they're trying to converse about how to do this, Ai's gonna come up and like put like reach out and like pull down his hands, so they're like and get out the key, like and start uncuffing him. Does anybody pay attention?
I'll cast sleep on the guy.
Okay.
I mean,
He-
if we kill him, nobody should be
he cannot be allowed to
killed.
run.
Nobody should be killed in the pure horror of this situation. If he could just die in his sleep, at least.
Yeah, he's asleep. There's no way you don't put him to sleep. He's a commoner, basically.
All right,
and not a
Tristan.
healthy one.
Why are you trying to release him?
He's asleep now. I don't want. It's not right to stab somebody who is chained.
Well, if you want to kill him, that's the time.
I don't even know he's the werewolf yet.
We do know.
We don't know, even if he doesn't. We should finish this up.
Oh, do we know? How? I'm confused.
His eyes, they react to the moon, touch the dagger. They sought the light rather than shy away from it, right?
Yep.
I was actually about to ask if Ren was still with us because she's been very quiet.
So,
Yeah,
guys, if
I'm
you want to kill
listening,
him, that
sorry.
would be now,
You're good.
because in half a minute he will wake up and then he'll be screaming and crying and begging for life.
Let's take a
So,
vote.
Corinne
Who
will-
says we should kill him right now?
I say we should kill him right now.
I'm kneeling
Agreed.
down, and with my dagger, I'll just slit his throat.
Oh,
Okay,
Well,
that settles
that's
it.
done. That settles it.
Well, if Corinne didn't stop her, then we're done.
I think she just kind of did it while we were trying to vote, so I don't think I could have stopped her anyways.
You can add
I'm-
dexterity me if you really wanted to.
Nope.
I may have missed this if we discussed it before, but did we establish if there was not a second werewolf?
nope.
We do not know,
Yes.
but we
They
would
are-
not have known
Oh,
even if he
Yeah, he
transformed.
doesn't know shit.
Before he
And
fell asleep, I was
it's
just
highly
trying to-
likely that he is the werewolf.
So just to double check, now that he's dead, we just need to wait till the night and cast remove curse on Corinne. Whoever of you is gonna do that, and hopefully you will know if the curse has been fully lifted.
Yeah, and throughout the next month, we should use the Moonlight Dagger and see if Kirin's eyes dilate or not, to be sure.
Yep.
Before we do all that, could we bury him?
Yeah, let's do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, this is all around a bad situation. That's
Yeah, sorry. I
was
feel like this got
necessary.
really dark.
I mean, hey, it's all good. I was role
Okay.
playing as Kieran with that, so yeah.
Sure. No. Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to do that. Take the time.
Nobody's
to bury
happy
him.
about this, but it had to be done. Says with a smile.
I was like, Tristan, that's a really shitty
God.
deception right there.
Tristan, I give you my luck. You can reroll your one.
Okay,
Oh my
there.
god.
That's more appropriate.
Did
I-
you just use my dagger to stab him in the neck?
No.
Well, can I have my dagger back?
Yeah, your dagger is still on the ground.
Oh well. So,
Right
guess
by
it's
his
time for a
cottage.
beer now.
Well, we're burying a body, aren't we?
Yeah,
We can do a beer
after that, I mean, anyone has a shovel? He must have a shovel somewhere.
Ren
me
will look
check.
at ask the person who had the handcuffs.
What, you have
No.
handcuffs and a shovel?
No, I only
Oh, I do have a shovel.
crowbar.
I mean,
Yeah,
Kieran,
Kieran
you-
will dig it. I have a shovel. I'll dig it.
I mean, Kieran, you know how to track people in the woods, and you have a shovel with you. I don't want to ask questions, but you know,
Oh my
kind
God,
of
Hey, shovels are
strange.
very useful.
Sundays.
So, okay, Kieran, you dig a shallow grave, I'm assuming, for this guy. And bury him. So the one thing I will say here, originally you guys took this as a contract for the Hunters Guild. You have no proof whatsoever that this was what you were hunting or what they hired you to hunt.
Well, the proof will be that there won't be any more people dying.
Yeah.
Right.
And the proof is me convincing them, because I'm sure I will succeed.
Usually, those kinds of contracts require some kind of trophy. And bringing in this, like, the severed head of this man that you just buried is probably not going to be good enough.
I think at this point, the priority became to make sure Corinne didn't turn into a werewolf. If we failed the bounty, we failed the bounty.
Did we at least get the old man's name before murdering him?
Nope.
Would that have made it better?
Yeah.
And above
really
table, that's like
wouldn't.
that scene from Shawshank Redemption where that dude died and no one knew his name.
It doesn't matter if you die with a name or without one.
Let's move on.
I feel like we need some like intermission music right there.
And since Entry's not helping bury him, we'll put some of these flowers and like replant them over his grave.
Okay.
Okay, so this is like out of character, but you said we need some intermission music, and my mom called me. And I was like, what the hell? On Skype too, I was like, I don't want to do this right now.
I imagined, like, you know those old-timey movies where they would have, like, the whole 5 minutes of intermission screen? So I imagined that, but it's like Bear sitting down playing on flower pots.
All right, then.
I
So
should have never told you all about that.
No, probably not.
Okay.
I feel like we need a drink.
In real life, right now. Okay. So with that done, you guys head back towards Golden Fields, towards the inn, for a much needed drink. It takes you a few hours to kind of backtrack and get there. As you're getting back to Golden Fields, I would say it's probably about dusk. So the sun is setting. The rain has never really let up. It's just been kind of a miserable day all around. But you drag into Golden Fields wet and tired and miserable. Back to kind of a somber atmosphere in the party. What do you guys do?
Well, we could try to get our...
Is the moon out?
Not yet, but it will be shortly.
We can try to get our money for the werewolf still.
You could try.
You can go talk to them.
Yes. I'll guide myself and I'll go straight to the guy that's supposed to pay me.
Okay. So probably not the same guy that was there earlier, but another guy who would know of the contract. What do you tell him?
Basically, all that happened.
Okay.
We tracked him. We found the tracks. We saw an old man in shambles, completely shaken, that reacted to the moonlight dagger. So we are confident he's a werewolf, and we've been to his shack, and it was the door was ajar. So we are very confident he's the werewolf, and the problem is not solved.
He kind of looks at it. He says, "Well, it sounds circumstantial at best. Go ahead and give me a persuasion check."
Yes, sir.
What was that natural roll? What's your?
I'm not done. It's 31.
Good lord. All right. right. So I actually had a DC of 30 in mind. So he says, "All right. Well, I'll take your word for it, but I expect you to do the honest thing. And if anything happens out of that sawmill, and if there are any more lives lost, I'll expect you to either come back and finish the damn job or give the gold back."
Oh, absolutely.
I forget how much gold I promised you. Let me see if I made a note. It was just 100. Wasn't a lot.
100 sounds right. Are you bribing this man with food?
I don't think I actually wrote it down. I think it was 100. Yeah, let's call it 100 gold.
Each?
I think we said total originally. It wasn't a lot. I know that.
Oh well, but as long as people are not better. Who notes the 100 gold in the party loot?
I think Rin's been keeping up with it.
Ren?
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 Oh.
Did she BRB somewhere?
I didn't see a note from her, but she might be.
I mean, I know that if we split it right now into... oh, it were 6. Yeah. But even if we were to split it, like, Tristan would immediately give his part to Ren because I'm still in debt, I believe.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I'll leave that to you guys to sort out. All right, so he gives you the reward for it, and
All right. Any news about the giants up north?
who are you asking?
The guy at the Hunters Guild.
He kind of looks at you and says, "I don't mess with the giants. I try to give them a wide berth. Not worth the trouble in my mind."
Well, I think the werewolf wasn't worth the trouble for 100 gold piece, if you ask me, but
Well,
oh well.
We didn't know it was werewolves, did we?
That's a fair point.
So that he kind of goes back to like carving up a carcass. Like he's busy. He's working.
Well, time for a beer now.
Let's see. Okay, so everybody's in the inn one more time.
Yeah.
Is I around? Or at least around with Tristan?
Nope.
I believe so. Oh, never mind.
How
I is just found somewhere to sit in the quiet for a bit. She's gonna join them eventually. But
There's plenty of quiet
And this is
space
not-
in Goldenfield.
All right. This is not at the tavern or anywhere we can see.
just probably somewhere around like the tavern area, but like not out in the open.
Sure.
I don't like couldn't hear anything from anybody.
What was that? Sorry.
I couldn't hear anything from anybody. I was asking,
Oh,
I don't know if anyone heard, but
Well,
I
it
was-
happened sometime on Discord.
if I and Tristan were nearby each other.
yeah, they were actually talking about that when you restarted. So I is off by herself at the moment.
Okay.
And not within view of the group, which means Tristan is looking around and not seeing anyone, I guess.
I mean, she's not like stealth hiding if you really want to find her, but
Well, I just wanted to
That's
see if
up to
you
your
were in
choice.
Tristan's immediate presence. Otherwise, I was gonna go. If you were, I was gonna go do something else. But
Okay.
anyway, would keep with Tristan.
So I think the inn kind of backs up against like an orchard.
Yeah,
So
that's
that might be
just
the-
somewhere under some tree in the orchard.
Cool. Okay, what is everybody else doing?
Well, I'll ask Curran if he got these remove curse or something already.
Oh no,
Yeah.
not yet.
We're
I mean,
waiting
we
for the moon.
Ren could have done that back in the forest, or we could do that now if that didn't happen.
We'll say
We
the
need to wait
moon
for the
is just rising over the hills surrounding Golden Fields. So
Just for
visible now.
whatever Andrew has in mind, I'm gonna say Tristan is inside the tavern, so he would not be within immediate view of I.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm just hanging out at the inn then, or the tavern.
Okay.
Yeah,
Keeping
Kieran,
an
he's just
eye on him.
drinking, smoking. Just he's a little upset from the events of the day, but he's just managing it.
All right, and when we enter, like, sit down at the tables and stuff and get our drinks, Ren's just gonna lean forward with her coin, her holy symbol, like press it to Kieran's forehead, and cast remove curse.
Okay.
Do you feel any different, Kieran?
Not sure, really.
So I was going to tell you, actually, even throughout the day, like you didn't really feel different, other than kind of probably pain from the bite. You're not sure at this point if it worked or not, because I mean, you really hadn't felt different yet to start with.
All right, yeah. So I'll let them know that I was like, I don't really feel too much different. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. He just kind of takes a big drink of his ale.
Yar, give me a Constitution roll.
Yes. Got it.
This is like the scene in the Prancing Pony where they're like, it comes in pints. Okay, you're fine.
So I have a above table question. If you
Sure.
cast sending on somebody who's no longer alive, what happens? Do you know that your sending didn't go through?
Rob, sending for me one more time.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly,
We had this all the.
Don't
you send a
think
short message of 25 words or less to a creature with which you are familiar. The creature hears the message in its mind, recognizes you as a sender if it knows you, and can answer in a like manner. The spell enables creatures with blah blah blah. You can send the message across any distance and even to other planes of existence. So there's really not a differentiation between living and dead, because dead, at
Is
least
another
in
plane.
our world, is just on another plane of existence.
Well, I think if you send a message to someone dead, since the guy is dead, they won't receive it or can't answer it because he's dead.
Why?
There is like a whole thing of like
Mhm.
whether they retain their memories on the river Styx and stuff like that. I think that doesn't work as advertised with dead people, because they need complete invalidation speak with dead and all those
So
spells.
give me a religion check, whoever is curious about this, because I've been doing a little bit of reading about this actually.
Because there's a spell made for that.
So speak with dead?
Yeah.
That's more like speaking with a dead body, right? Like
Yeah,
in front of you.
that's what I'm
Mhm.
thinking.
So the reason that I'm going to say this is because it says here that you can send it even to other planes of existence. So if you're dead in this world, and Ren, this would probably be something that you would be at least loosely familiar with as a cleric, even though like you're not really like a religious cleric. When you die in this world, your soul goes through, at least in the past, it has gone through the Shadowfell, almost as if it's like a purgatory-like existence, onto, just look this up, what's called the Fugue Plane, which is kind of like the eternal resting place of souls, where there's a place called the City of Judgment. At least that is what most like religious figures teach.
So there is a process for these souls to go through when they die. And because of that, this doesn't really, it doesn't specify whether or not you are talking to a body or a soul, in my mind. So they still exist on another plane of existence. So you would still be able to communicate with someone who's in one of those planes.
Oh boy. Okay.
But whether or not they retain their memories, like he was saying a second ago, is a whole different ballgame. That is really
Alright.
confusing to me, and I think I probably need some more time to think about it, about whether or not that would actually work. But
Yeah,
because it
okay.
specifies other planes of existence, I think it would.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right. Well, she's not going to cast it right now. She'll just ponder the matter.
So what were you thinking about doing, just out of curiosity?
I was thinking about sending to the werewolf and seeing if there was some way to know if the werewolf who bit Kieran was actually dead from the sending, like whether it went through or not. Understand?
Sure.
But if it would still like if the call would still go through, even if they're on another plane and dead, then it doesn't really.
Sure. I like the idea of you like wrestling with that for a long time.
Oh yeah, for sure. She'll put her single brain cell to work and just stare into her beer and think very hard about it.
Yeah. Yarrick is just drowning his sorrows. So is anybody doing anything in particular before we?
Sounds like we've dealt with the werewolf problem as a whole. Kieran's all cleared, and Yarrick said he got us paid.
A pittance, but yes. Definitely not scaled to the problem, but again, they didn't know it was a werewolf.
We should go to the Waterdeep administrator and ask about the giants.
Sure. She's probably at home asleep by this time of night, or settling in, but tomorrow you certainly could.
Sounds good to me. Also, someone needs to start counting the days, because in a month we might need a good sturdy set of silver chains.
I'm not doing that. Like I've said several times before, time is weird here.
Fair enough.
Oh, I's back. Hey, where have you been?
The orchard. It's really pretty there. Just
For what it's worth, you made the right call.
from all the people, I would like to hear that you're not one of them.
I think you were wrong.
I think what's done is done. So telling people they were right or wrong won't really help. I think we did what was necessary.
Indeed.
We should be happy.
I think we should.
Kieran is now safe. Villagers are now safe. We did all we could.
I think we should have done it before dragging him all the way to his hut.
I don't disagree, but people wanted further proof, and it's good that we got it.
Did we, though?
You saw his reaction to the dagger. Nobody else among us reacted that way.
I will go up to whatever room she was in before and turn in for the night.
Anybody else?
Yarix takes a last beer and drink it in one shot. And then he casts Lesser Restoration on himself. And then he casts Good Berries and he goes to bed, as usual.
Yeah, gonna check on Gobblebottom and Yarteal, but then go to bed.
Yeah, Kieran, he's just kind of sitting there drinking some more beer, and he's just really, a lot of stuff on his mind about everything. He's really concerned about, the what ifs of everything. What if, make sure, what if that wasn't the right werewolf? What if he wasn't the werewolf? All that stuff. But he's gonna drown his beer and go up to his room and just kind of sit and smoke and think, and just kind of call it a night.
Sure. To answer about Jartail and Gobblebottom injury, Gobblebottom is in a stable. He's fine. Jartail is actually in the stable with him because he didn't have a place to stay.
No, I would.
And he's used to places like that.
Yeah.
Do you guys get him a room?
Yeah, let's go get you a room, buddy.
I would have got him a room the first night.
He's used to things like this, so don't worry. But he follows you up and joins you in the room.
He tried to kill us, but like.
He thanks you and then follows you up. Again, kind of amused that he's being treated like a person for the first time in who knows how long. By anyone. Everybody asleep at this point?
Yeah.
I hope we don't get murdered in the night by the necromancer.
Yep, Jartail slits all your throats.
With a werewolf.
That's awkward.
Not sure exactly how strong Endry's contract is, but
You're last. Well, I am gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then we will pick up from there in like 5 minutes, if that's okay.
All right.
Yep.
Give me 1 second.
I don't think this guy was the werewolf.
That will be tragic.
Probably not.
That would be so fucking tragic.
What was that? I didn't catch the first part of that. What'd you say?
I don't think this old man was the werewolf.
Right, like I don't know. I'm conflicted, so I'm trying to reflect that with Kieran, because he's pretty tore up about the whole thing. He's not sure what all to think about it.
Like, I think Tristan is fairly convinced that we got the right guy, but on the other hand, like, I feel plot-wise it would be a lot more juicy if Corinne still transforms in a month.
Right?
Yeah, or just something like that. I don't know. It's interesting. It's very open-ended. I like that. There's a
just
lot of places we could go with that.
Never ever deal with the actual werewolf. Just once a
Just
month we
fucking-
chain up Corinne.
I feel sad.
Well, hey, yeah, you could always do that. Just chain them up, or like. So with werewolves in D&D, can they learn to control it, or are they just kind of change completely mentally? I'm not really familiar with it.
I think it depends on what the DM rules, but we would have to research it a little bit.
Okay.
And there's also multiple sets of rules for
Yeah.
lycanthropy, so
I think there's an official set though.
Yeah. In my campaign, it's like, we gotta wear bear, but same premise. On the full moon, you got no control. And then I do like a couple of days before and after the full moon, you gotta do like wisdom saves if you do transform. to maintain full control, but like on the new moon and the first couple phases, you can transform into hybrid form at full control.
Nice.
Do you imagine how OP Kieran would be if he could turn into a werewolf but still like be himself? That would be crazy.
Oh yeah. I'm
I don't
gonna
think it would
tell you.
happen, but
I'm gonna tell you that in this, when the session started, this conversation about like, oh, Corinne has actually a month. Before that was known, one possibility for Tristan would be just like telling Andri, cast hold person, and we are getting rid of Corinne before he transforms because we cannot deal with this. And I'm sure he would not have succeeded in that plan, but
yeah, that would have been bad because Kieran probably would try to kill everybody if you guys try to kill him.
Yeah.
and possibly succeeded.
Entry's a
It's
good
a PK, but like it's.
I think I would have
crazy.
sided with Kieran.
Yeah, Jarek and Corinne on one side, and they definitely would win. Especially given how we were on resources and I not being there.
Yeah, I just like chills in the inn, and there's a massacre happening at the sawmill in the meantime, and like just Curran and Yarrick return, and she's like, "What the fuck happened there?"
Oh, the werewolf got them all.
I mean, it would be.
All right, back.
Da, 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 da.
Hey, everybody here?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so night passes. Nobody turns into a werewolf over this night. You wake up. Dribblebeard has the same delicious breakfast ready for you. Sees that you guys are kind of sad. And then offers you even like tastier bacon than the day before. In hopes to cheer you all up. So what are you guys doing? Are you heading towards Nexine to ask about giants?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
We're still waiting on scouts from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's go ask what about those scouts.
We were, but that were 2 days ago, so.
Yep. Okay, so you guys get back to kind of the admin building that you met her in. The same, like attendant is up front, but she recognizes you this time and goes and makes sure that Nexine is free to take you. You walk in and she greets you and invites you all to sit down. She's pretty quick to jump right into the discussion that I think she knows you guys are waiting for, and says, when you guys ask about it, at least, does tell you that the scouts have returned, and that they came back with a little bit of information. She tells you the scouts spent a couple days trying to put their eyes on Groodhog, which is where the hill giants reside. Most of them, at least from the area, call that their home. They have heavily fortified their home base there, and sorry, let me type it.
I apologize, but this.
You're fine. Let me make sure I'm spelling it right. Give me 1 second. Groodhog. I don't remember off the top of my head what all I told you guys about hill giants. So we'll probably rehash a few things here.
Our chef is trying to become the largest, fattest giant imaginable because
Yep.
she thinks that will like put her in like the good graces of their god or creator.
And they are freakishly
Whatever.
dumb.
They are. Yeah,
They are hill giants.
That's really kind of the important part to the flavor of the hill giants, I think. They are not intelligent creatures at all. So she tells you, though, that to kind of work around that, the hill giants have, or at least the scouts noted that there were hobgoblin engineers working with the hill giants, trying to fortify Groodhog. They're barely smarter than the trout, to be honest. Worms? That fish is going to follow you everywhere from now on, Yark. He's going to find a way.
I might fry it on a stick someday.
No, don't fry the trout.
Fried trout sounds delicious.
More or less, it appears that the giants are preparing for war. They are fortifying Groodhog. They are recalling a lot of the giants from the surrounding area to come back. So there are a lot of giants currently residing there, and it takes a lot to feed the hill giants. Basically, they are raiders. They're not smart enough to farm on their own. They do raise some animals, but you can imagine that their chief, who is rumored to be in I'm trying to figure out how to word this. She can't move. She is so fat. She is unable to move around on her own power. So rumor has it that she is actually like seated on a cart, that she basically has to have her minions kind of push her around anywhere she wants to go. And it takes a lot of them to push her around. But yes, if in case you guys don't remember, Chief Ga is trying to become the fattest, largest giant in all of the land, because for some reason she thinks that will please her, the deity of the giants, Anam, the All-Father. And she is succeeding right now. She is eating an enormous amount and shows no signs of slowing down.
And you said their position is heavily fortified.
Yes. It seems like they are working with the hobgoblins in order to fortify Groodhog. Pretty typical alliance, as far as you guys are aware.
I suppose we could stop some of the raids and therefore disrupt their supply lines, or he looks at Iron Ren, maybe some sort of infiltration to their camp, though if it's mostly giants and hobgoblins, I don't imagine we'd get very far in trying to go there unnoticed.
He will also tell you, just so that you're aware, that the Groodhog is kind of built on what appears to be a dam. Like it backs up against a reservoir of water. Let me see. I'll
So
say
you
that maybe
mean
the
if we break the dam, we could like destroy it all, or
Oh, go ahead.
maybe.
Would it flood this area?
It's far enough away that it wouldn't flood Goldenfield. And Goldenfields, you got to remember, sits kind of high above the surrounding area. This is a really terrible drawing of it, but let me show you.
So it's placed somewhere stupid, like.
Well, they are hill giants.
Like I wouldn't place my base there.
Neither would I, and well, hopefully our land is not in any similar position. So
Okay, so the place itself is the barrage, the dam. I mean,
looks like it. Yep. So I mean, you can even kind of see. We'll say that the scouts maybe drew this for, reconnaissance purposes. Guard tower to the left. It sits quite a bit higher than everything else. The actual building itself sits what looks like on top of the dam.
and then water looks like it's running actually through underneath, as well as to the east. The west of it.
Do you think there's any way we can bust the dam?
It would more than likely take a lot of force.
Oh, also, what will happen if we bust it? Where does the water go? Hold on.
Where does water always go when you blow a dam up? Downstream. But
isn't that where Golden Fields is?
Let me
No,
put you on
he
the map
just-
real quick.
Bird just points out that the Golden Field is raised up.
Oh, okay.
From-
Who built that dam? Is that them, or did they just put a house on top of it?
They're allied with the beavers, I'm sure.
We'll say that. Give me a history check. Or actually, I'm sorry, that's the wrong map. Where's my map? Sorry, I have like 40,000 tabs on this game now.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
All right. So it's quite a ways away. Probably at least a day's ride. Golden Fields is here, of course, where you guys are. Grootog is about a day's ride northeast.
Okay.
Let me actually. So, I mean, you could imagine probably that if you guys were to break that dam down, it would flood this valley, but it probably is going to lose steam before it gets all the way to Golden Fields. It might affect some of the surrounding region a little bit, but more than likely,
We should probably not
It's-
do that.
Out of curiosity, where is our land?
Where's where?
Our land.
Right in this area. Yeah. Whoever's just
Okay.
playing. I think it's actually over here.
I mean, who put that dam there and why?
Good question.
I mean, is it useful, or would it do good to break it or not? Would it do harm to people and everything?
Well, I think
I-
anytime you break a dam, anybody downstream is going to suffer some, at least in the short term.
Would Tristan have any insight having grown up around this area, or is he just unconcerned
Grootog?
with such a thing as like the dam construction? Well, water deep, but we're still.
Yeah. So I think that the sphere of influence around Waterdeep probably wouldn't reach quite this far out to the Hill Giants. I mean, you tell me, is there any reason you would have studied Hill Giants?
No.
Okay, then no. It's
I
an
guess
old
technically
structure.
he would have studied things that knights in Waterdeep fight against with some regularity, so it depends whether that includes hill giants, but I imagine there's a lot more things threatening Waterdeep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that if that's the justification for it, you probably still wouldn't know, like, hey, I studied Hill Giants, here's who built their dam,
No.
At least that's my train of thought along.
I would know that they are dumb and that we should stab them.
Yep.
Well, I mean, why is there Hobgoblin working with them? Maybe there's some mastermind behind this. All this, someone manipulating the hill giant. So
The
maybe we should.
answer-
Oh, is it the cult?
Yeah, I was about to say, if the answer ends up being the cult of the dragon, I'm gonna be so mad.
So maybe we can try to see if there's a way to use that at our advantage, or otherwise we might have to use brute force. But I mean, they're giants, right?
Yeah, I mean, so dragons are giant lizards and giants are giant people, so maybe they are related.
I don't think they're related.
Didn't the stories that we read of this really old war thing was 3 sides in it? The giants fighting the dragons and the humanoids fighting the giants and the dragons, and the dragons fighting the giants and the humanoids.
Very much so, yes.
Sounds like everybody was fighting everybody.
We need more
So,
info anyway.
Maybe.
Oh no, those are just 3 sides. It can get a lot more complicated than that.
So maybe instead of trying to kill them, we get them on our side.
Possibly.
That could probably work. I mean, we talked Yartail into being a good guy.
We like go and we're like, hey, we know that you're preparing to war with like this dragon, and we're also warring with this dragon, so can we like form an alliance? I don't know how alliances work. I'm not a war strategist.
You hate dragons, we hate dragons.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
We should make Yarrick cook up
I think that's how the saying goes.
a feast as a present for the giants.
That could work.
Let's make
But-
sure that they eat whatever Yarrick prepares and they do not decide that Yarrick is the feast.
First, we
Yarrick
need
is
more
too small to
information.
be the feast.
Or an appetizer in this case.
We need to scout ahead and see exactly who's deciding what's going on there. I mean, if there's hobgoblins, there might be someone else involved, and maybe the cult, maybe someone else. I mean, if they're dumb as they say, it's probably easy to convince them to start a war or something.
Should we try to make contact with one of their patrols rather than just march into Grothog?
I mean, probably.
I know I'd rather not fight giants. They're, no offense to Curran, they're even bigger and scarier than him.
No offense taken. I understand. Giants are terrifying.
I mean, we should get closer anyway and see what's going on around there. We won't do much by staying here, won't we?
Most likely
Indeed.
not.
Seems likely that.
I'm surprised you are encouraging the rest of us to fight giants, Henry. Seems up your alley.
No, I mean,
How is that up Andrew's alley? Andrew is so small and
Squished
giants
me.
are so big.
Oh, not him fighting, of course. I didn't mean such a thing, but he is an inspirer of heroes, you see.
True. I don't want to go fight him. I mean, if you guys want to, you know, that's probably not too bad an idea.
I
mean,
don't mind
we might-
fighting a giant. I do think we are not ready to assault a giant
For all
stronghold.
we know, we won't even have to fight them. I mean, if someone's is pulling the string, maybe we can reverse the situation and put the giant against them. I mean, we have to see first, and then we'll decide, right?
Yeah, we
Might
should
as well
definitely
try
investigate
that.
first.
So let's go. What are we waiting for?
Yeah, Yarrick, you should definitely lead the way.
Yes, is Battle if their horse ready? Cobble Bottom.
If y'all want to take him,
Well, I'm not walking all the way.
Are we bringing
How much
Yartail?
are like horses or a cart or something?
what's that? I'm sorry.
Like how much would be like a cart or something for us? Do we?
We have
We
a
might-
cart already.
You'll have
We
one.
have a cart.
do
We
have
got,
one,
We
right?
have one.
I couldn't remember if we did or not.
we got here on a cart, but keep in
Mhm.
mind they might decide that our horse is their appetizer.
If something happens to Gobblebottom, I'm holding you responsible, Yarrick.
So, question for Bear.
Mhm.
Did we start this day knowing that we were going to go out like after these giants because we'd heard about them before, right?
Yeah. Well, I would say you started the day knowing you were going after information about the giants for sure.
Okay, never mind.
They are more than one day away anyway.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
are
would say
they?
at least a good day's ride.
So
Probably
Okay.
2 if you're walking.
I
So
was
we
wondering
can.
if, like, in character, Ren would have thought to prepare, create food and water, but if we're gonna
I,
take another long rest, I'll do that after.
well, I always have that spell ready,
Oh, you have that. Okay.
and more than that, I have it. Do I have it free? Yeah, I always have it ready, and I can I can do good berries too, so it's not a problem.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So are we?
I don't know if Yartail is fully healed enough for such a journey. We should probably leave him here to recuperate.
That's what he would prefer, for sure. He would tell you.
Will he be safe in town and the town safe with him here?
Well, he made that deal with Indri, and Indri also gave him 10 gold so that he could keep a room and get food. So I think he would tell you that he would very much want to keep to himself. So he will most likely stay in the room and check on Cobblebottom if you guys don't take him.
I will need the horse.
All right, so yes, we're taking Cobblebottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we don't want to walk. But we
No.
should probably leave Gobblebottom like away from the actual location.
Okay.
Like just get like halfway there maybe. I don't know.
So I will warn you that Naxheed would probably tell you this too. There's not much in the way of like civilization between here and Grudog because of the hill giants. Like there's, people don't want to live close to a threat like that.
Yeah.
So
But they are like ransacking the merchants and stuff that are passing through there, right?
So
there
if
is a
you
road.
guys will look at the road, there is a road.
Or is there a pony we could take at least so I can ride it because I'm really slow on foot?
I think
So
we
there
can
are
Double bottom. It's okay.
there are a couple towns this way along the river there, but kind of away from Grudhog, and of course the road that runs east to west right there that you guys can see. But as far as Golden Fields to this road, it's all cross country. So cart and pony are probably not really gonna move super quick either.
So should we get proper horses?
Up to y'all.
Or should we just walk?
How much gold does the party have?
I have around 700.
Oh, okay.
I have minus 400.
I have 1200.
I have 318 gold. I wouldn't mind buying a horse.
Okay. Well,
I should like to buy a horse or a war dog or something I can't ride.
okay. So let me see if there's a quick way to drop this table in for y'all. We'll just stick with the.
Why cannot we not try bringing up the cart? It doesn't seem.
What's that?
Is there like the road will not allow us to bring in the cart?
There is no road.
No road between these two. Like this is where we are.
Ah.
And this is the road we need to be on. There's no road in between.
So, I mean, you could take it, but it would probably break and slow down a little bit. I mean, carts are not meant for cross-country travel.
We could go to Waterdeep and then go around and see if my armor is ready, but...
That's such a
Good.
long way.
It is a long way out of the way. Okay, so I'm going to drop it in the market. Oh, that looks terrible. Never mind. I'm just going to send you guys a link.
I don't know if people will be directly able to access this.
Oh, I was actually just looking at this for the prices.
Yeah, so it should just be a public.
I want a mastiff.
A war dog.
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay. Subtract 25 gold.
Can I what else can I have? There's a Mastiff, but
How much does Yarrick and his stuff weigh?
I just look at it if it can have me on its back. It's 40 feet of movement, so that's almost 3 times my movement speed.
Obviously, there are no elephants, but there will be horses and also no camel, but horses and donkey you could get for sure.
I think I'll take a Mastiff for real.
Okay, so they would have those available. I'll say they see enough gnomes and halflings that they would have those available. That's a common mount for the small folk.
I'm getting a riding horse.
Okay.
I was hesitating between the Mastiff and the elephant.
There's no elephants.
No elephants. No elephants.
I'd totally buy an elephant. But no, I'm just going to grab a riding horse as well.
Okay. So, guys, just make sure that you subtract the gold, and I will expect names for your mounts shortly.
I don't imagine somebody would give me a ride.
Poor Tristan.
I can't take you on my Mastiff. Poor Ale.
Andrea, are you flying?
Flying / sitting on the back of somebody else's horse.
Hey, Tristan. Tristan,
Yes.
are you
Yep.
broke?
Well, I wouldn't say but the armor
So
order
you're
that I
broke.
placed. I might be slightly down on my luck for the moment, but until our next payout.
Did you take Ren? Did you take the 100 gold piece in the group loot?
What of what? Sorry?
Are you the one managing the group loot, right?
No, that.
Yeah.
So did you
Yeah.
write the 100 gold piece we got from killing the werewolf?
Not yet. I'll add that.
Yeah. You should add that, and if you divide it, then Tristan would immediately oh, Ren, you actually know that Tristan owes you 400 gold pieces, so
Rip.
I really love the imagery of all of you guys having nice horses and Tristan riding a donkey. So somebody please buy that man a donkey.
I don't know if a donkey can carry Tristan in all his armor.
420 pounds?
I don't have this. I don't have the heavy armor yet.
Oh, but
I'm-
the donkey only goes 40 feet compared to riding horse that goes 60.
So Tristan's going to be bringing up the rear. That's amazing.
Does Yarrick.
It's going to be a really mean donkey too.
Is
Let's
Gobblebottom
just say
just
that at
a
the moment-
draft horse?
What's that?
Gobblebottom's just a draft horse.
Yes, he's a workhorse, so yeah.
I have him on my allies portion of my character sheets. I'm just gonna update.
So is Gobblebottom coming with you, or is he staying?
Stay.
Well, I'm not
because
taking it.
draft horse. Alright. Tristan,
Yes.
do you want a horse?
I could very much like to be able to ride a horse. Yes. I don't have the coin for it right now.
If you just get a saddle, you can ride Gobblebottom.
You're getting a loan from me for a horse, and you are gonna pay it back.
That sounds fair.
Okay, I'll get Tristan a horse and a saddle and whatever
Okay.
else the horse needs.
How much do I owe you?
100.
Very well. And hopefully in our next payout this will all be settled.
For
All right,
reference,
let's
out of
go.
character, I don't think all of that costs 100. I think it costs 80, maybe 90.
It doesn't. Yeah, you definitely overcharged him.
Yeah,
but
Tristan wouldn't know. Tristan would believe you on that one. I'm looking at the same list as you are.
That's amazing. All right. So everybody's got horses. Kieran, you bought a horse too, right? Didn't you say?
Yes, I did.
Ren, are you buying a horse?
Yeah, I'll get one as well with
Okay.
saddles and everything.
Okay. So, there's somebody working the stables who, they bring around 4 horses, and I'll let you guys describe them to me, however you like. These are, not like massive war horses or anything. Nothing that is gonna like turn any heads, but they could be as beautiful or as ugly as you like.
So
all of you-
how does my horse look like?
I don't know. She just picked random one for you
Sounds good.
personally. I want to see something. Huh, interesting. Ice horse is like, those like really spotted horses?
Mhm.
Yeah, one of those.
I forget what those are called.
Oh, apple horse? I don't know.
Appaloosas. Spotted horse.
I don't know anything about horses.
Like those. Let me paste it in the.
Sure. And it's not like super, super important that we know.
It is very important that you know.
Fair enough. That doesn't look like the same one I'm looking at, but
Oh, that's very pretty.
One day I'll have a horse.
Does I name it?
Spot. Its name is Spot now.
Spot is very friendly. It takes you immediately. Although he looks. Let me see something.
I will think about my random horse name at some point.
My dog's name is Hopper.
Hopper?
Hopper.
And it's a mastiff, right? That's what we're going with.
Yep.
Did you buy a small saddle for him as well?
Yeah, I suppose I need one. Do I need one? I suppose I do.
I was
Probably help.
considering getting a warhorse, but I doubt that Golden Fields has a warhorse.
Probably not.
How much is a small saddle anyway?
It's on that list. Where did it go? Yeah, riding saddle. We'll just. I'll tell you what. I'll cut you a deal since it's like half the size. 5 gold.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, I could have gotten a Tristan Donkey says a Mastiff is a 40 feet movement too.
I like that even like with the mount. Even with mounts, Yark's still going to be the slowest one.
Depends. I have spells.
That's a pretty horse. You're going to cast Longstrider.
Yeah,
on
but
your,
my mount can go everywhere, even inside houses. Okay,
That's true. That's true.
Deal with it.
All right. Anybody else want to post a picture of their horse? I'll allow
I'm
it.
still looking for one, so I'll post what I find.
The name is Hopper in reference of hop in beer.
Nice.
Yeah, I was trying to think of something kind of in the theme of like, Dragon Ball, because I named him Kieran, and I'm like, well, Kento Un from, the manga, The Flying Nimbus. So I'm like, well, Kento. There we go. That works.
Yeah.
Ooh, tea. I used to play a game called Horse.
Oh, what?
There was a game called Horse. It was like way back.
The basketball game.
No, not a not a basketball game. It was a game about raising horses.
So let's go on an adventure.
All right, so you guys take off cross country
Yes.
towards Grudhog. Maxine has maybe given you a map to get there, and you are more or less just needing to follow this branch of this river right here. So you guys make it quite a bit of the way. Of course, on a horse, you're not really able to travel super stealthily. I guess Yarrick probably could on a dog. But the rest of you guys, it's hard to hide while you're riding a horse. So as you get closer and closer, you start to see signs that big things have been moving up and down this valley. Obviously you guys would know what you're running into. I love that movie so much. So what do you guys want to do? Like, you kind of get the idea that things are moving through this valley fairly regularly. And somebody give me like a perception check.
There you go. Oh, even better.
Either one of those would work. So you guys would be able to tell that there are enough tracks going back and forth up and down this valley that it looks like somebody is patrolling. So fair assumption to make that you're eventually going to run into a bunch of giants that are moving up and down this valley.
So they look like giant footprints.
Oh, yes.
Should we maybe
Unmistakable.
Should we maybe set up camp and wait for them?
I mean, how many giants are patrolling at the same time? If it's
hard to tell.
2 or 3, it's not too bad, I suppose. But if it's like 10, it's another thing.
I would say that you could probably tell it's at least half a dozen.
But like, I don't mean like attack them. I mean like talk to them.
Yeah, but will they talk to us?
We can
Yeah.
try.
I mean, we can probably deceive them in some way, but it's pretty risky, don't you think?
Well, what's your plan?
I don't know. Can we move atop the valley instead of in the middle of it?
Yeah.
You can certainly move off the beaten path here.
Anyway, we can see them coming before they spot us, pretty much.
Yeah, but if we are in the middle of a valley, maybe we'll have time to move away.
Well, so right now you're following a river, but you are more than welcome to kind of get up high. It doesn't get like super. It's not like a mountain above it, but it is hilly. A couple hundred feet at least above, and further back for you to be that high. It's up to y'all.
Giants.
I just processed what you said. And yes, it's the hill giants. Sorry, I'm a little slow.
So I just think maybe we shouldn't like stay where the place is patrolled.
Okay,
maybe it would be easier to hide if something happens, if we are like in the forest above or something.
Okay, let's do that. That seems like a good idea.
So are we just waiting for them to get there, or are we?
I mean, we could move forward, or we could wait for them, and I could do a tiny hut.
Does anybody here know how to speak giant? Because I have comprehend languages. But like, if somebody knows how to speak giant, that would be very helpful.
Afraid not really.
I've never met one.
Me neither.
Comprehend languages it is then.
I mean, if we are waiting for them, I could do a tiny hut and we can wait for them in the tiny hut.
Yeah,
And we
that's
could
Sure.
at least retreat there and be
If the
protected.
if the talks turn sour, then we stay inside the hut. Sounds good to me.
What are we gonna do about the horses?
Will
Well,
they feed?
my Mastiff Hopper that people were laughing about can stay in my hut.
Should we like
Yeah.
hide the horses away in the trees and stuff? Are there trees?
But yeah, the hut's not big
Yeah.
enough for the horses, is it?
Yeah.
That's not.
Nope.
Yeah,
it is
I'm
not.
afraid Wigglebane. I mean, the horse will fit in the hut.
There are trees. Some.
But should
I mean,
just
you could hide your horses at
We could hide the horse and move forward like half a kilometer or so, so they won't see the horse.
okay, we can try that.
They're attacking Goldenfield for food, right? Maybe we can bribe the scouts with food.
Well, we have to talk to them first, so.
possibly.
But that can work.
I'm just saying Yarick should prepare us food.
Yes.
Could I have a lot of vegetables?
Yeah. Oh, I forgot you bought those. I was about to say not right now, but yeah. I mean, if you have them, you could use them to prepare something.
Yeah, could hunt something too.
Let's
Make a
do
feast or something.
Let's do tiny hut. Start preparing food and keep a lookout for giants.
I mean, if I cast a tiny hut, I'll have to stay inside though.
Okay, we will bring you stuff to cook with.
All right. So you want me to cast it in the middle of the patrolled way?
No. A
Or
little bit
just
away,
here?
like, just kind of
All right.
maybe
Why not in
going-
the middle? Why not in the middle of the patrol way? If the tiny hut is truly unbreachable, then.
But I don't want to like sit in the middle of the patrol way. I would like to see them first before they see us.
Fair enough.
So why
All
not,
right. So
like-
I'll just put it atop the valley.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
And if they don't come near the tiny hut, do we go out to greet them and then run back in case of trouble?
Yes.
All right.
I mean, if you go back in the tiny hut, there's not much they can do against it, and you just have to shoot them through the tiny hut or something with crossbow until they
Yeah.
flee.
That's one way to play it.
It's a safe way to play it.
Okay. So you guys are setting up the tiny hut. I'll tell you what. Let me drop you on this map. And I'm flying by my the seat of my pants on these maps, guys. I'm sorry.
Oh, dude, no apologies, man. It's all good.
I'm trying to adapt to you guys what you're doing.
I mean,
as
we're the
quickly as
ones
I
that
can.
keep telling you, like, oh no, we're not gonna be by the river. We're gonna go climb on a hill because
I know, right?
Yeah.
whatever.
Most of the other
Uh,
games I play, they just theater their mind anyway, so it's all good.
Well, I
I
like
the
to be ready in
I
case
like
combat.
maps, but I'm not gonna complain if the map is not perfectly accurate to
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
Yeah,
Weird
the
thing
fact
we
we put,
told you.
the extra mile for maps is pretty awesome.
I like
Yeah.
pictures.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. You guys are. Tell me when you're loaded in.
I can see this.
Everybody see it?
Yep.
Okay. So right now, we'll
Right,
say that
okay.
you're up kind of up high along the river, but kind of above it. Does that seem close enough to what you guys were envisioning that
Yep.
it'll work? Okay. We'll say that like the path that you've been following is maybe along the left side here, and it's rocky and kind of hard to get around. But the tracks definitely move up and down this river valley. Let me get some tokens. That's
Yeah,
the
as long
wrong
as,
tokens.
Somebody carries Andrea across the logs and across the water, he won't complain.
You can ride atop my shoulder if you want.
That's Sindri. Like closes his eyes tight and puts his fingers in his ears whenever he crosses water.
Not a fan of water? Have we established that before?
No.
Well, yeah, kinda.
Doesn't come
This
up,
session.
really, yeah.
At least this session a lot, but
Oh, yeah,
Tristan
sorry, I
thought of
didn't think
them
about
as
that.
like, yeah, Andri has weird conventions and he's not gonna pry.
Like he can fly, but he's afraid of water somehow.
Actually, is there any particular problem with the river?
What do you mean?
That he was asking Andri.
I don't know how to swim.
But like you can fly.
But you can fly.
But I can't swim.
Do you want to learn how to swim?
No.
Oh.
Well then, let's do a tiny hut and wait for them and make some food.
If you will, draw me a tiny hut wherever you want it.
Just give me a sec. How much by how much? It's what's the size? 10-foot radius around me. So that would be something like
That'll work. That's
like
fine.
that.
So really, just on this rocky outcropping in the middle.
Uh,
So really, the traversable space there.
Probably would be a little bit smaller, but yeah, something like that.
Okay.
I think for this to work, we should be on proper spaces.
Sure. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just
No, it's
dropped
like
you
not
in.
on you.
And were you guys actually going to try to like prepare a meal to bribe these giants, or I know someone threw that out a second ago.
I mean, I could be the bribe. I'm a guy that can create food at will, or not at will, but
I mean, I don't see why not. We can try.
Let's have a meal prepared. I don't think the giants can think on abstracts.
yeah. All right, so bring me some meat if you have some. Like hunt something.
Anybody have anything?
Very well.
Andrew
We have rations, but I imagine you want something more interesting to the giants.
Yeah, if you find like a deer or something, I can make a feast.
Okay. So if we're gonna hunt, whoever is going to hunt, give me a survival check.
Everyone who's hunting, or just one person can do it?
Well, I mean, if you're all going separate ways, you tell me. If you're doing it as a group, then one person would probably do it. But if you're all going out on your own,
Well, Kieran's definitely going to be hunting.
okay.
I'm staying in the
Tristan will
tiny
go
hut.
on his own some other direction. Current.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Tristan would be going on his own, like not
Okay.
with Curran.
I
Unless
is-
Curran asks
flowers.
for backup.
I is gonna stay inside the hut.
Okay. Rin, are you doing anything particular?
Stay in the hut too.
Okay, so Kieran and Tristan, you guys are the two that are hunting.
Yep.
Right.
Or separate ways. I fully expect Curran to do a lot better than Tristan, but
Sure. Both of you give me a survival check. And tell me which direction you're going.
Which direction?
Don't go
Oh.
too far.
All right, so
Kind of back the way we came, I would say.
Okay, so back kind of down the valley.
Mhm.
Kieran, which
I guess-
direction are you going?
I'll go the other way. The kind of
So you're going up the valley. Okay. Okay, so with both of those survival checks, I don't think either of you had like the luck to bring back any kind of big game or anything. We'll say that both of you probably saw like rabbits, something small. So both of you managed to track down some rabbits, trap them pretty easily, and kill them to bring back to throw in whatever I guess like stew or roast that Yark is making. Both of you give me a perception check. Are you?
Oh wow.
Nice.
You have got to be kidding me. Okay. Kieran, you actually are pretty confident that there's nothing around you. Your
Uh-oh.
survival instincts are pretty good about stuff like that. So you are in the clear at the moment. Tristan, as you're moving kind of down the valley, you start to hear footsteps, kind of big lumbering sounds. And as you are looking kind of south of your position, you start to see the trees kind of like move back and forth, like something big is moving through them. They're quite a ways off, so you're not in any real danger, but you can pretty much surmise from that the giants were south of you guys. They came back to the river valley along some way, and you guys didn't see them moving up the valley, but they are now moving up the valley behind you. And they are on their way towards where you guys made Lehman's tiny hut.
I'm gonna head back towards the group, trying to avoid getting any closer to the giants on my
Sure.
own.
You're pretty easily able to outpace them. They're big, fat, and stupid, so...
Well, here is the rabbits, but I'm afraid we might have company sooner than we'll have the dinner. I saw quite a lot of movement on the trees back there, and it looks to be bigger than a bear. I assume it is the giants.
Huh.
Steps
Well,
in.
if needed, I can make food magically.
Well, would it be... I believe it's better tasting if we are able to get something cooked, but be prepared for both scenarios, I guess.
Well, I can also add a taste magically, you know.
Fair enough. Then why am I holding 3 rabbits?
Because I'd rather not use my magic if we can avoid it. And it's better, and I
Sounds
prefer to
good.
cook real food.
You figure it out. Rabbits here. I hand over the rabbits to Jarek. And can I see from here if the giants are approaching?
They're not really in view yet. You know they're coming, though.
Do I have an estimate? Like,
I'd say you probably got, we'll say, like an hour away, and anywhere between half an hour to an hour behind you.
Oh, you have time to cook a bit.
Yeah. I don't think there is any preparations that I need to do that would take an hour, but if any of you want to do something, consult the cards about how our meeting with the giants might go, anything like that, then we probably have at least half an hour. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go first.
I could do a little consultation. Do we want to know what will happen if we try to be diplomatic?
Good. Probably will do wheel and woe, I suppose.
Okay, so Ren will flip out her cards and ask what will happen if we... Actually, she will ask what will happen if the party chooses to engage in combat in the next 30 minutes with the giants.
So you pull out your cards. Do you actually speak this aloud, or do you think it?
Just think so. I don't think.
Okay.
requires?
So you shuffle your deck, you begin to think about this question, and you ask your deity this. You draw the Queen of Hearts, which is woe, in case you didn't write it down.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Timora is not a fan of fighting for some reason, so I guess we should try diplomacy after all.
All right then.
Told ya.
I'll just stay in the tiny hut just in case you need it.
Yeah, it hasn't been long. So, I mean, the hut will still be there for sure.
It lasts 8 hours, and I can
Yeah.
recast it if needed. So
Yeah, so it's
not
only
too
been like
worried about it.
So who wants to parlay with the giants that is not a knight in armor?
Well, I'll be in my tiny hut, so it might be hard.
I
You
can
can take
speak.
off your armor.
I could.
And go stand in front of a bunch of giants? No, thank you.
I can speak giant.
You can
You-
speak giant?
You can speak giant?
Yeah, if I cast a spell on myself.
Oh, okay. I's the official diplomat, I guess.
That settles it.
That's a problem.
Why is that a problem?
We're talking about I.
Why is that?
Well,
I asked aggressively.
Why is it a problem? She asks, pulling out her knife.
that's why.
Oh, don't
Listen.
worry. I seems to me like the perfect type to work giant diplomacy.
Listen, I'm gonna try my best.
It's fine.
Do any of you can speak giant?
Nope.
I didn't think so.
And I don't imagine I would be any less threatening to a bunch of giants. So
Maybe speak with animal works with them. It works with beasts.
It does. I think that's insulting to the giants. Though it might actually work.
Don't
out.
try
Warm.
to speak to beasts to the giants. I don't think they'll take. Yeah, I don't think they'll like that very much.
Well, I think Hopper is smarter than the giants.
Oof.
Yeah, Hopper
agrees.
agree.
Yeah, she
Hopper
agrees.
agrees.
He agrees with you. So Hopper's with you. The horses are back, though, right?
Yep.
Okay. Hobbled
Right.
somewhere out of sight.
I feel we'll got your back, and you can go parlay with the giants.
Well, I'm gonna wait until they're closer in view and cast
Oh.
comprehend languages on myself, and then, like,
How
wait,
long does that last?
an hour.
1 hour. Okay.
Fair enough.
So you guys are kind of waiting, and eventually the sound of big footsteps begins to kind of resonate around the valley around you. If you're looking south, you guys would see 3 just massive figures. Most of them, like, we'll say, like 10 to 12 feet tall.
Oof.
They're the smallest of the giants, but they're still giant compared to you guys. All 3 of them dragging just big, heavy clubs behind them. They look like they've been out for several days. All of them just look dumb. Like, all of them are just slack-jawed, mouth hanging open, flies buzzing around them.
We have
you
food,
s-
right? Quick question to the group.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Did we
Did
make
you
food?
make food, Yark, or did you cast food?
Well, if there's an hour left, I'd make some.
Well, there's not now. There was when we started.
Yeah. If
After I brought the rabbit.
I was in
meat.
the process of making food.
Okay.
So I
So
don't
what
think
do
it
you
will
got?
last 1 hour. Rabbits and a lot of vegetables.
I'm going.
And,
So, like-
and Corinne would also have like rabbits or hare or something like that. So
I'm gonna
Okay.
grab like one of the like cooked rabbits and like walk out with it and like kind of wave at the giants with the rabbit.
Oh, sorry. They're actually going to be on this side.
What attribute do you want me to roll for cooking?
You're so big.
What have we used before? I always forget. Intelligence.
Well, depends.
Let me roll intelligence, right?
You want me
Or
to
have we
roll
done performance?
So intelligence? All right.
That's fine.
How tall did you say these ones
Uh,
were?
So that
vary between 10 and 12 feet.
Cookstencilla.
Actually, that's the wrong scale for them. That was just
So it's
Yeah, I was
14
gonna
total.
say that it's very wide for.
yeah. Sorry, I just copied and pasted.
Okay, slightly less big.
They're fat. They're big. They're, broad. 14 total. I mean, it's not the best thing you've ever made, but it'll probably appease a giant,
Hill giants.
So, you're walking out with cooked rabbit hanging from a spit. You just walking out with it like rabbits in the air,
Yeah, I'm gonna be like,
like
excuse
hands held
me.
high.
Excuse me. Can we talk to you?
So you catch all of them by surprise. They're not particularly good at guarding. Indri, are you going invisible?
Yeah, and I'm also turning Tristan invisible.
Okay. So they kind of move up to where they're like in better view of you. And this one in front just kind of looks up is, you, who are you?
Name is
This
okay.
This giant land. You little people.
Name is I. We're here to talk to you. Is that okay? Like we have like offerings of food if you're hungry.
Bring food.
Okay. I'm going to like walk forward, like gesture one rabbit, and I'm like, I have more back there. I can bring more.
Bring more.
Okay. However, one thing. Do you think we could like talk to somebody like above you?
Nobody in sky.
No. Good. Like above you in rank.
What rank?
Okay.
You mean chief?
Yes.
Chief God no like small people.
But we're very nice small people.
Bring food.
Okay. I'm gonna run back and be like, okay, we need more food. I think I got this.
All right. I'll continue cooking, and if there's no food left, I suppose I'll create some. But there's probably some food left, right?
If you need help cooking, Kieran actually is a pretty good cook.
I'll bring them the other
You
two
got like
rabbits. I think
you got like a pot of stew?
Are you making stew?
With vegetables and rabbits?
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it could be stew.
Okay.
You tell me what you're cooking. I don't know.
No, let's say it's vegetables and rabbits on a plate. Grilled vegetables and rabbit.
Okay, well,
Okay.
whatever it is, I bring it out and hand it over.
Okay. So you walk across a little log bridge there
No,
and hand it to him?
I don't. I just kind of extend my hands up, and I'm like,
It's like
you, and like I'm assuming he can like reach across this little log bridge.
let me see what their reach is actually.
He might fall down.
No.
Let's create a diplomatic incident.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Diplomatic incident.
Oh man, okay, hold on.
No, okay, I'll walk a little bit closer, but like I don't go on the bridge because I probably have a huge ass plate of food.
Okay. So you just like step into range of him, basically.
Yeah.
All right. I actually do want to know what their range is, though. Okay. That's with a club, though, not with a hand. Okay, so you step out onto the log. He's not like dexterous at all. He just grabs the plate. I mean, I don't know if you guys. That's what a typical hill giant looks like. He grabs the plate, which is just like fits like a coin in his hand, basically. He looks at it. He's like, "This food look funny," and then he just puts the whole plate into his mouth and just starts to chomp down on it. He's like, "Not very good, little tough."
Oh, I'm sorry. Our cook is having
Make better food.
We can make better food.
All right.
Oh.
All right. I'll make better food.
Oh.
I cast prestidigitation on the freaking lug there, so it tastes like bacon. You can't eat the lug now.
It still looks like a log, though.
I cast illusion, so it looks like a giant bacon. A giant, like. Maybe the lug is a bit too stiff for it. Let's take the bush instead.
No.
Can't you magically summon food?
Yes, I can.
Summon food.
And I'm angry at him.
Don't try to feed him a log. He's gonna be angry at us.
All right, all right.
How much food can you summon? Does it specify?
Yes, it does.
You create 45 pounds of food.
Yep.
Okay. That's a lot of food.
Yep, and this time I make like whole food, like a whole cooked boar or something like that. Whole cooked chicken.
Okay, it would be a lot of chickens, but sure.
But something that he can eat like just like that. Something that he's used to eat.
I will
boneless chicken.
There's probably like
It's
a
even
lot
better.
of it, so I'm gonna use my mage hand to help me bring stuff over to the giants.
Okay. I will allow that. I'd say that if you kind of handle it properly, it would you know, you could probably get all of it. And at least a trip or if not one trip too.
Well, I can't carry more than 2 pounds on my mage hands, more than 10 pounds on my mage hands, so it would have
10
to
pounds?
be in a few trips, but...
Okay.
Yeah, so a bunch of boneless chickens and turkeys.
So, all right, so you conjure up Mage Hand here. Is Mage Hand visible?
Yes,
it's
it
like
is.
Okay.
spectral. I conjured over here and put food on it, and then start heading over. I don't like... So they see that it's harmless, that it's just food on a mage hand.
Okay, so these giants see food floating toward them, and each of them like readies their club, like they're really confused. The one that you've been talking to is like, "What are you doing? Food floating, food."
It's okay. I'm just kind of weak, and I can't carry all of it myself, so I need a little bit of help.
You look weak. And then he like snatches the food out of the air whenever the mage hand gets close to him, and did you say it was like whole cooked chicken?
Yeah, whole chicken, but
like a whole
boneless.
chicken, boneless.
Whole
Okay,
chickens, boneless whole chicken.
I prefer bone in. And he like just again like puts the whole thing in his mouth and just like chewing, mouth open, just meat flying everywhere. It's disgusting.
Could we speak to your chieftain?
Maybe. You come with us. Make food for Chief. Maybe she like you.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so so you're really the only one that they can see at the moment because everybody else is in Liamon's tiny hut, and
Or
Andrea and
right
Tristan
out
are
and
invisible. Is your dagger like hidden, or is it visible? Like, do you carry it on your belt?
Well, I have like 3 of them,
Mhm.
and the crossbow.
Oh, I forgot about the crossbow.
Yeah, no, they're like my daggers are mostly hidden under layers of clothing. My
Okay.
crossbow is probably visible,
Okay.
and it's a hand
They
crossbow.
so they would see the crossbow and definitely want you. He would say, "You no see chief with weapon
Okay, okay,
bow."
I'll take off my crossbow and set it down on the ground.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna be like, as a show of faith, I have a few more things. Don't attack me. I'm gonna just take them out and put them on the ground. And I
Okay.
will take out 2 of the daggers. I
Okay.
will leave the important one. And
I turn
Sure.
towards Curran. I say, maybe you want to put your axe in the bottomless bag, that bag of holding.
Kieran kind of hesitates for a moment, just like, he doesn't want to give up his axe. He's like, "Yeah, you're right." He gets
And
it. He throws
keep
it
the
in there.
bag of holding. You might need
yes.
your axe.
This is true. Thank you.
yeah,
Okay.
And I'm gonna be like, I have a few friends, the ones who are cooking food, so they're gonna come with me to cook food, and I will be there to talk.
So when you mention friends, they start looking around, and they don't see anybody.
I point like at the behind the trees. I guess they should be able to see the little dome.
The tiny hut, yeah, but keep in mind that they have an intelligence of 5.
Oh, that's
I
valid.
don't see it. It doesn't exist.
So yeah, if they don't see it, it's not real.
They
basically.
have no object permanence.
Toddlers.
So what I would like you to do is, he's like, no friend, only you. And if you want to try, you can make a persuasion check.
Yes, I would like to try. I'm gonna be like, listen, I only deliver food and I only talk. I can't cook food. So I would have to bring my cooking friends with me. And I'm gonna
Do it with advantage with that justification. Never mind. Okay, you just really wanted to one up yourself. I see how it is. Okay, he says, okay, you and Cook come.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the tiny hut and be like, we're good to go. Talk to the chieftain.
Do we
You're
know
gonna
how
cook
far?
a lot of food. And it's better be the best food you ever made.
You hear a whisper in your ear, and you know how far?
Food I create
Probably
doesn't
all
taste
the way up
anything.
there. I'm gonna be like, probably all the way up there.
I'll say that you guys got relatively close before you started seeing tracks. Not terribly far till you get there at this point.
Is it closer than an hour? This is the big question.
Would we know?
Probably on the cusp.
I think you two should get into the tiny hut and drop invisibility. Or follow us from a distance.
I don't think they are gonna want me to follow in full armor.
Well, I am in full armor.
I'll just tell them that you have a horrible disfiguring disease that you need to wear your armor for.
Anyway, you're not dangerous if you don't have a weapon.
Yeah.
So,
I would like
yeah,
to
you
bring
could
my weapon, but sure.
you could infer that it's not so much the armor that would give them pause; it's the greatsword.
That you can put in the bag of holding.
Or the longsword,
Yeah,
whatever it
bag of
is.
holding with that. And I suppose I'm not entirely defenseless without it. Tristan looks at his hand.
You guys gotta go AFK for 1 second. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Henry?
All
I
right,
think
shall
he-
we go then?
I think he was on a work call a minute ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I had another call. I'm back.
You're good.
It's okay.
I
So
was kind of listening, but
So more or less, what just happened is the Hill Giants agreed to take I and whoever's cooking the food to see the chief. And we're deciding right now whether or not you guys want to follow at a distance. It's probably too far to keep invisibility, so you would have to recast it once you get closer if you wanted to do that.
and then they won't believe that we're all cooking.
I mean, you don't know that for sure.
Yeah,
But
I told them that I need to bring my cook friends multiple. So
right.
And it's a lot of food. You need a lot of people to cook a lot of food.
Andrew would probably cast invisibility on himself at least every time, like
as it wears out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't imagine you can maintain it for 2 people that long, right?
Well, I mean, let me see. I could. For I don't know how long. How long do we know how long it's going to take to get to their camp?
Not exactly, but it's at least like 2 or 3 more miles.
Okay.
I mean, that's presumably under an hour. So we just need to be cast one more time on both of us.
What
Yeah, I
time
could definitely do it
of day is it?
for both of us.
Right now, it's still like midday.
So, since these guys are like pretty big and I guess pretty easy to spot in the distance, is it at all viable to just like sneak, like not invisible, just like stealthily follow from?
Oh,
you know?
definitely. Their
Okay.
perception is, I mean, they make a lot of noise themselves, you know?
Yeah, Ren will just do that.
Okay.
Yeah, bear in mind that Tristan was able to like sneak away from where they were.
While we're kind of planning here, Andrew's gonna tell Curran and Yarick that he'll poke them while invisible, so that they can cause a small distraction while he recasts his spell in about an hour.
You really need us to create a distraction?
Just in case. Because we'll turn visible for a second and then uninvisible.
Don't you turn visible after you cast a spell?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I turn visible while casting the spell and then turn back invisible.
Oh, okay. Just hide behind a tree and your problem is solved.
Make sure I know to hide as well. Because they are not going to notice Andrew, but they are going to notice like Tristan appearing and disappearing. Though then again, they do not have object permanence.
Andre, it says that he'll stay right above Tristan's left shoulder. She doesn't know that you can see him, but I can't see you either, actually. So
Give me once. If somebody touches you, invisibility doesn't drop, right?
I don't
What
think
was that?
so.
I'm sorry?
No, you can interact with stuff while being invisible. You can open a door, so
You just can't attack or cast spells.
Okay, so Tristan will effortlessly reach wherever Andrew is with his hand and put him on his shoulder.
Though, I never understood why you couldn't attack while being invisible. As long as
because there's another spell for that.
I mean, I understand it's balanced, but like lore-wise.
There's another
There is
spell for
greater
that.
invisibility for that, but yeah.
Okay. That's neat.
Yeah. Andrew and nobody else will see anything, but Andrew, you might be a little bit surprised that Tristan knows where you are.
It's a very shocked reaction. It's like, whoa. Don't, man.
I'm back, guys. Sorry about that.
Sorry, I didn't know if there was a better way to tell you where I was.
All right, so just, I guess, to clarify, Indri, Tristan, you're both invisible. Rin, you're going to follow at a distance. Yark, Kieran, what are you guys doing?
Wait, wasn't Tristan dropping invisibility? I don't remember.
Staying with I.
I'm staying with Andrew invisible. Like he
Okay.
says he can refresh it for both of us.
Okay.
And we're staying close by to you. Just in
Okay.
case.
Okay.
I think Kieran's gonna. I might try to stay a distance as well and sort of follow behind in case things go south, but stay far enough back where they won't notice me or anything.
Okay.
Like,
Well,
keep in mind that we're going into most likely a camp of giants, so invisible ones, they can get in, but like if you're visible, you might not be able to get in.
Oh, that's true. Who's all staying here at the camp? Is anyone just staying behind?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Well, then I'll just follow along as far as I can then.
Okay.
okay. Sorry. So repeat that one more time. You're staying behind.
No, I'm just gonna kind of follow as far as I can. It's just they're making a good point. We're probably going to a camp that I won't be able to get into because I'm not invisible or anything. But I'll still kind of just follow, just in case things go south. I can, if there's anything I can do, I'll try to help.
And you're hiding your axe, so they might be part of the cooking crew.
Oh well, I thought it was just the two of them.
No. You can't come along. I said I have multiple friends.
Oh, well then
So-
I'll just do that. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, the reason Tristan is not doing that is I want to keep my weapons like ready.
Okay.
Oh, sorry about that. Then yeah, I'll just do that. My bad.
And Ren, what are you doing? Or is Ren
Ren's following in the distance, I think. That's what we said.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna retcon that because for some reason I thought I had invisibility as part of being a trickery cleric. I'm mixing my spells up with my bards in my other campaign, so I'm going to join the cooking crew as well, and I'll just like put my crossbow in my bag of holding along with any other weapons that want to go in.
Okay.
Do we have 2 bags of holding?
No, is the
think we
bag
just
of
have the
holding not
one.
with me anymore?
No, it wasn't. It's not with Kieran.
Oh, okay. So I'll put it in Kieran's
Yeah, I
bag
got
of
it.
holding.
Yeah, we want Kieran to be able to throw his axe as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, we have other options, but Kieran needs his axe.
Yeah. I mean, y'all tell me. So.
Yeah.
Sounds like everyone's going as the crew except Tristan and Endry. All the weapons are in the bag of holding, which Curran is carrying.
Except Tristan's weapons.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
I was reading my portable hole stuff because I was like, what if I would put somebody in there, but you can only be there for 10 minutes. Okay. It's the same as the bag of holding. I will figure out how to use it eventually.
That's fine.
I know I will. All right. I introduce my friends. Friends, come with me.
Aging friends.
Friends.
The visible ones.
I point out this is Curran, this is Ren, and where is my last friend?
Out, coming in there,
And
then this
Yare.
disappears.
This is our main cook, and these are 2 friend cooks, and I'm the.
He little.
He's very little.
Are you riding the dog?
Yes.
Okay. The Hell Giant asked dog for food?
No. Dog of friend.
Maybe dog food later.
No, our little friend has really difficulty keeping up with everybody without the dog.
I carry a friend.
But we like the dog.
I like dog too. For food.
No food.
What are they saying?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. They were looking at the hopper, so I'm wondering.
Okay, let's go. We cross the bridge carefully.
All right. So 2 in front, third giant brings up the rear with you guys in the middle. They continue walking up the river valley. None of you guys have visible weapons on you, correct? Everything's in the bag of holding?
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I put my boomerang in there as well.
Okay. So you guys are invisible, and these guys are not perceptive enough to even begin to hear you. You guys move forward then. I'm gonna move you here just for a second.
Yarg should sing a song to cover the tracks, Tristan.
Ooh.
I should.
Let's
I
see.
play. I don't know how they will react to music. Nah, I'll play some music with my violin. Just there riding a dog, playing the violin.
All right. So fair warning, this map is massive.
That's what she said. Okay.
Hi.
Sorry.
Let me get everybody to the correct scale. It is like problematically large. Giants.
Uh-oh.
I'm going right back.
Okay.
I just need to use the restroom.
Okay, no visibility
I'm
yet.
getting there. Just give me 1 second.
Okay, then I might use the restroom as well. 1 second.
Yeah, go for it.
Yep, same.
Well, if everybody else is. I guess I'll be right back too. Give me 1 second.
I'm back. What's happening?
Everybody else went to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Was that what everyone said we're going to the restroom? Sorry, I didn't quite catch it.
Yeah, I think Tristan and Bear and maybe Yarrick went.
All right, why don't we go AFK for about 5 minutes or so? So I'll be right back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh god, that's a big map.
Big map for big people.
Yep, I just want to imagine how many hill giants are there gonna be in this map. I don't think dropping invisibility and going into combat is gonna turn any good in this.
Maybe not.
this will either go really great and we will gain an ally, or this is gonna go terribly, absolutely fucking awful. I don't know, like.
I'm kind of sad. I wanted to fight giants, but now it seems like it's a bad idea.
The giants are massive, man. Like, and
Yeah.
just killing 3 of them is not going to get us to peace in this area.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Let me get some flavor text going. All right. So I've kind of already shown you guys the frontal view of Grootog. So as you approach, it's massive. Like, it is definitely built for the proportions of giants in mind. The palisades that are like right in front of you, this wooden wall, you guys walk up to it and are absolutely just dwarfed by it. Can't find it. I'm getting there. All right. So more or less, you guys are led directly through this gate here, which is kind of just open. You can kind of tell that they do at times roll this giant rock kind of back and forth in between the entrance. Like, that's the gate for their den here. But it is a muddy trail. It's like 40 feet wide. Definitely built with giants in mind, running shoulder to shoulder almost, like marching out. Inside, you guys quickly spot some tents. Dang it. Why can't I ever hit the right thing? And kind of around them are standing some orcs. So not something that you guys were told were here. You were expecting hobgoblins for sure, but orcs are also not out of place with hill giants, you know. Let me get there. So 5 crude tents stand in the middle of this muddy yard surrounding a campfire. There are 5 orcs visible at the moment. They are mostly tending all of the sheep that you see here. So there are hundreds of sheep in these bays, kind of crammed in there, not taken care of like super, super well, you can tell. They are here to feed the camp, and that is it. But the giants do walk you along this muddy path. You guys doing anything yet?
No, we just follow.
Okay.
I did recast invisibility.
Okay.
So up to you how much longer I would have on this.
When did you just recast it?
When my first hour of it ends, I'll recast it immediately.
So I'll say that it probably took you right at an hour to get here. And so if you want to recast it now, it'll last an hour.
Okay, perfect.
Which we'll just say is somewhat real time based on what we're doing. Okay. So you get a couple different views here. You're not going to get a lot of information from this, but there is a cave entrance to the north of the tents right here. And then over here are 2 larger wooden doors. And from inside, you can hear the sound of pigs, and rushing water is kind of everywhere. So that's like the 2 like pervading sounds that you have in this area. The giants continue to here. Oh, I was
I'll
really
cast
confused.
Longstrider on my dog. I don't want him to be eaten.
I'm gonna move you up, Kieran, there. And then this is gonna get a little bit annoying, but there are 2 levels to Grootog. And they're on different maps. Give me 1 second.
This looks like a dungeon that was meant to be explored, but we're on parlay mode.
I could feed an army with good berries. I'm thinking about it, but I'm not sure they would agree. They won't think it's enough.
I don't think they are smart enough to comprehend the concept of good berries.
Does it one good berry still fill a giant?
Well, it fills a man, but I can make a lot of good berries, so.
All right. Let me put you on the next map. We'll have to bounce back and forth between these. So, they lead you up this muddy path that goes up to kind of the main second level where the actual structure of Grootog is. There is, again, massive boulder at the door that it looks like they kind of wheel back and forth to block the entrance rather than use an actual door. It smells horrible. It smells like just hundreds and hundreds of farm animals are here, and you can't tell if it actually is farm animals or if the giants themselves just smell that bad. They continue to lead you, though. All right, I'm going to pull him with you guys. All right. Area inside here. First area is just like this massive entryway. The door itself is probably about 40 feet wide. The height of it is probably about 60 feet tall. The boulder right there is 30 feet tall by itself. There is a room right here where you can kind of hear some people milling about or something milling about. Can't quite make out what it is yet, but you can kind of see beyond these guys.
So this is ostentatiously large even for giants.
It's too big for hill giants, for sure. This guy is actually just going to post
I don't
up
like
here.
how you specified hill giants there.
You guys moving in?
I'm following I, and I have entered my shoulder.
Yeah, we're moving in.
All right. So they kind of part this curtain that's hanging in the way. That's dirty and caked in mud, and these are hill giants. They don't clean themselves. And open up to a big room where there are a smattering of goblins, several hill giants, a few ogres, one wrapped in chains. I think you guys have seen something similar before. And all of these are the wrong scale, but I'm going to let it slide. These guys move in. This guy moves up to about here. And how long does comprehend languages last?
An hour. If
Okay.
it has been an hour, I would have recast it on myself.
Okay, so yeah, it would require at least another recast because I made them do invisibility again. So as you cast it again, the two giants here, you hear one of them say, "Chief, we bring food." And what you guys see is the fattest, most hideous looking creature that any of you have ever laid eyes on. And it literally is what appears to be a hill giant, but with just mounds and mounds and mounds of fat just spilling out away from her head, which is just like a little mound sitting on top of the rest of her.
Is she the right scale?
Not really. So she would actually take up like that whole cart. But just for the purpose, she's not going anywhere, so that's fine.
Wait, so she's category size. She's larger than the other hill giants that are large.
Oh, massively more.
Okay.
Just as a little bit of flavored text, and this is above game, but just to kind of give you a sense of scale. Let me see what they weigh her. It says in here somewhere. Yep, here it is. Chief Ga weighs more than 20,000 pounds.
Oh,
She can't move, so she keeps her great club close by so that she can bop creatures on the noggin. Her movement speed is 0. And as you guys approach, are you guys approaching?
Yeah.
As much as
Okay.
Tristan does.
Those are pits.
Following eye.
So in the center of the room, you see these two giant pits that have just planks kind of laid out across them. You can hear the sounds of pigs like coming up from underneath, and again, the smell is just almost unbearable. So Chief Ga, after the hill giants tell her that she has brought food, waves you up and says, "Bring food, bring food."
I look at Yarek. Yarek.
Yarek?
Is Yarek here?
Yes. What? What do you want?
Bring food, bring food.
They want food.
All right. Just be aware that's the last time I can cast this spell today.
Okay, I will
Uh-oh.
tell them that. I also have only an hour which I can talk to them, and then I cannot talk to them, so we have to do this within an hour.
You're right.
So I cast the spell again.
And food appears.
Hey.
Bunch of chickens.
Okay. So where do you cast it?
In front of me.
Okay. Are y'all gonna carry the food up?
I will take some, and I will do the same thing with the mage hand and start carrying some up to her if they let me pass.
Okay. So they actually stop you right here. And all of these goblins that are kind of littered around the map run up to you. All of them grab the chickens and stuff from you, and all of them start to run up towards Ga because she's not going to let strangers like right up in her grill. And so you guys see her. All of the other ogres and hill giants and everything, they're all like looking like mouth-watering at the food, but none of them reach out to grab it. And you see Ga, she's reaching like really hungrily, and she's like just kind of leaning forward, looking like she's about to roll off of the cart. And she just is reaching, grabbing. All of these little goblins who are tiny compared to them are like holding up the chickens above their heads, and she's grabbing them and just eating them in like one bite. And you even see her once just grabbing a goblin like by mistake, pull it, throw it in her mouth, and just chomp down and just eat the whole thing like a whole goblin. without even really noticing that she's done it. And that's when you see something like really horrifying. In one of like the folds of her fat is a goblin head just sticking out. And it looks up and it says, "Ah! Gus, slow down. You're eating the help again."
You
And
what?
She just ate a goblin.
And you say you're eating the help again?
Yep.
Do we have a picture for her? Like,
What language did
and a
the
type named?
sorry? What language did the goblin head speak in?
Goblin?
Yeah. Did it speak in goblin?
Mhm.
Okay.
And Chief doesn't even like stop to pause. She doesn't give a shit. She just ate a goblin and she was fine with it.
I'm going to like sort of do a little curtsy and be like, we're here. We would like to talk with you about the recent happenings.
Talk.
Okay. So we're here on behalf of the communities around you that you've been kind of terrorizing without any explanation.
She's just like smacking. She's just eating. Like, so you can tell she's sort of listening to you, but
And
more concerned with the food.
we, of course, we would like for you to stop terrorizing them, but we would also like an explanation for why it seems like you're preparing to go to war with something.
Here you go. Sorry, let me drop this before I forget. With her mouth full, she's like, she's just like, me hungry. Me take food.
But why are you so hungry?
Me be biggest giant.
For what purpose?
Make God happy. Hill giants be best giants.
Is there another way to make your god happy?
Kill dragons. Kill little people.
I can agree on one thing with you there. We would like to kill some not giants, dragons. I didn't.
Does she
Sorry.
say it that
No,
way in
I
character?
don't. I don't. No, I was thinking we would like to kill some dragons.
Well,
I'm
let's
sorry.
reroll characters, guys. TPK.
Guys are slaughtered. No.
I'm sorry.
Initiative
Jeez.
tracker pops up.
No, I don't.
No.
No.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I was looking at her and I was like, that's a really ugly giant. But okay. We would like to kill some dragons.
Where dragons?
Well, we are pursuing. Actually, you might be able to do both of these things. We're pursuing little people who are trying to help dragons. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with me today? That are trying to help dragons to become really powerful. If we kill the little people who are trying to help dragons, then we stop the dragons from becoming powerful. But for that to happen, we can't kill all the little people. We have to kill only the ones who are wearing stuff like this. And I'm like, hold on, I'm not doing anything evil. I'm just trying to show you what they're wearing. Is that okay? I like hold my hands up before I do anything.
She just kind of nods.
Okay, I pull out the deep purple robe that I had for forever, and like an insignia that we also had somewhere, I think. And like
it's from like game 1.
Yeah. And show them to her. They wear stuff like this, and they call themselves the Dragon Cult. And they're trying to make dragons very powerful. But there are a lot of little people who are trying to stop them as well. And if you kill those little people, they can't help you to kill the dragons.
Hill giant, no need help, kill dragons.
Okay, but could you just focus on killing the dragon cult people and not the good little people?
Why?
Because the good little people they just want to live. They don't want any trouble with you.
So right now, it sounds to me like you're just like appealing to the good nature.
I'm trying to
Right?
convince her that there is no like need to kill the little people that are not in the dragon cult.
I think the best way would be to find who said that's the way for her to appease the gods, and maybe to put a doubt on it, because it's probably someone trying to manipulate her. So who said that she has to become the biggest?
Well, let's get this train of thought first, and then I can get on the next one.
So, all right. So if I'm following right, you're basically the argument here is like, don't kill the good little people, right?
Yes.
Hey, stop! You're being weird. Sorry, my dog's going crazy. So stop it. Trying to think if that would work. I don't think so. Like in character, Chief goes like, "Me no like little people. All little people bad."
How about this? Little people won't bother you, and you don't bother those little people. Not all little people bad. See, we're little and we brought you food.
More little people bring food.
If little people bring you food, you won't hurt little people, right?
If food good.
And you will stop the raids if they bring you something.
If enough food.
What if we tell you where to find dragons?
You know where dragons?
We're searching for dragons. What if we tell you where to find them when we find where they are, and you can lead your glorious family horde? I don't know what you call your entourage here. I'm sorry.
What entourage?
Too big of a word. Fuck.
What entourage?
Stop.
Okay. I don't know if I would remember that, because I didn't remember that. But thanks for pointing that out. I will converse what I was telling you to Tristan in a second. If we tell you where a dragon is, you can bring your army to the dragon and kill the dragon and appease your god instead of hurting little people. I am sure that killing a dragon will appease your god massively more than eating and hurting little people.
Make a persuasion check.
Swear to God, this better be good. I want to figure something out, throw the advantage, but I don't think I can.
I'll stay close to you.
Oh,
No, I mean
no.
I'll stay close to you because you need my luck, and I'll give it to you.
Can you do that?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Bountiful luck.
Alright. Please.
Oh man.
Fine. I mean, it's better than
Well-
a 1.
But they're dumb. So maybe.
Yeah. Let me look. What's he got? I don't actually have her stat block open.
Does
You
them
need a
being
bardic
dumb
inspiration
help
or
with persuasion?
something. I should have given you a bardic inspiration at the start of this. Oh well, next time.
Fine.
If there is one.
Well,
I mean, we
we're
could
not-
convince her that to eat ill giants, she would get
I don't-
fatter faster.
I don't think we're going into combat. I think the worst case scenario is that they're gonna kick us out
No, I wouldn't be so
Yeah.
sure.
if we don't
But-
insult them right now. So everybody be careful.
I mean, if you manage to convince her to eat hill giants to get fat faster,
I don't think it's gonna work.
that might be interesting.
Tristan would be pointing out to Endry that worst case scenario, we can grab the others and try to jump through here and fall with the pigs.
Ooh. You want to look down there?
Yeah, I would take a look.
Okay. It's at least 60 feet to the ground.
Oh,
It's a long way down.
Okay, you'll fall on the pigs. Maybe they will
I-
cushion your fall.
I can save
Um,
one of them.
Okay,
Tristan will
so
point out to Endry.
you're making this argument basically that like, hey, killing a dragon is better than killing little people. Like it'll convince your god more.
Yes.
Let me actually hold on. I know what I need to do here.
I think I have an idea, but it will kind of start a fight if I don't do it perfectly.
Oh, where did that what go?
Are you gonna pretend to be their god?
I can pretend to be an angel.
Oh, don't do that. I don't know why, but I don't think they're that dumb.
Oh, please do that.
Oh, you can. I casted Lungstrider on my dog so I can run away at 50 feet per action.
They are very dumb, and I'm very good at deception, but even so.
I'm really good at persuasion, and look what
What?
that got me.
Your roll was 11, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So there's some behind the scenes stuff going on. Your roll, so it's a contested roll, but I'm not going to tell you what's contesting it.
It's the fucking goblin, her fault, isn't it?
Huh?
Sorry. I was like, it's the fucking goblin, her fault, isn't it?
I'm not telling you. But she looks at you and she's like, no, I think we take food from little people.
But little people don't have enough food.
I know the city with food.
They don't have enough food. There was a really bad person from the cult of the dragon who tried to take away all the life from the city. And if you don't destroy the cult of the dragon, the little people can't give you more food.
We make them give me food.
But they don't have food to give.
They grow food. I know.
No, the person, the evil person, the bad little person, made it so they can't grow more food. We, the good little people, managed to drive that person away, but they might come back if they're still in the cult.
She's just like munching away. There's like a constant stream of food coming from the kitchens.
What was the giant name again?
Chief Guh. I just well, I don't know if I
Oh,
made it
Guh.
visible.
Okay,
Yeah.
I see it. I just didn't take that for a name.
Sorry, yeah.
I thought you were just like button mashing for some reason.
Nope.
So while they're having this discussion, are the rest of you like doing anything at all, or?
Yeah, actually, I'll blow in the horn to. I don't know where Tristan is or Andrew, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'll blow on the horn a bit and thinking about Tristan, so to give him a signal.
And
Signal
Tristan
for what?
gives Andrea.
Well, he'll have to
Yeah.
interpret it because I cannot talk to him, and it would be metagaming to tell him a signal for what.
And Tristan gives Andrea a signal. Then
And do you see it?
Well, I'm holding on to him. So
we are.
Okay.
He's on my shoulder.
Okay.
Using my fairy magic, so that I don't have to use a spell slot, I'm going to cast Enlarge on Tristan.
Okay. How much enlarge?
He just doubled, so he becomes large.
All right. So you're basically as tall as the giants right now, right?
And we both stop being invisible.
And I activate Radiant Soul.
Okay. Okay.
So I am category size large. I am up in the air. I have ethereal wings. And I say, shift the sky. 1 second. A man notices your devotion.
I'll say, "Oh, there's an angel," and I'll give you bardic inspiration.
So you see every single person in here like back up. All of them are just.
You know what? I is also gonna back up because she didn't fucking expect that.
Yeah.
So
and I am here purposefully so it looks like I'm not with you guys.
Yeah,
like
so the thing is actually like the shock is genuine because she didn't fucking expect it. Nobody warned her about it.
Sure.
It's just like, fuck, we're either about to like die or this is gonna go really good.
I am about to possibly die. You guys will be fine. You have nothing to do with this.
Well, you can fly.
I know.
So...
That's why I'm doing this. And I'm category size large, so please, I cannot change the size of my token.
Oh, sorry.
What's
and again,
going on?
I fly over here. I'm up in the air. I glow, and a man notices your devotion. Do I get any response?
She drops all of her food, and her mouth is hanging open.
You are you who are the greatest of the hill giants shall slay the greatest of the dragons. I'm doing the same thing as I.
I'm so sorry, I fucked everybody up.
Down south in the forest of worms lives the beast called Riberian. It is if you slay him, who is strong among the dragons, you will be known as the strongest among the giants.
She's still just like slack-jawed. She's just like nodding along. Like, go ahead and give me though. I tell you what. Let's actually call it. Call this an intimidation.
Not deception.
Okay, I'll allow deception. Actually, that makes sense. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
I don't know, but like,
if I don't have any other reason to have advantage, I'm spending my inspiration to have advantage.
I was gonna say, because can the fact that like we're backing away give him advantage because I'm proficient in both deception and intimidation?
Sure, I'll allow it.
Okay.
Okay, I keep my inspiration, and I have a bardic inspiration as well, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Here goes nothing. That's just a 20.
20.
That's not good. What's the bardic inspiration dice?
It's a D6.
25.
25.
Wait.
It's pretty decent.
Isn't it a D8?
No, it's a D6.
Are we 5th level?
It scales.
It's 4th level. That's a bard.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's D8 at 5th level. 25. Okay.
25.
Still pretty decent.
Yeah. She looks at you and she's like,
Anam wants us to fight dragon in forest?
Nam wants you to defeat greatest of dragons, thereby making you greatest of giants.
But what?
She's just like flabbergasted. Like she nods along, and just says,
we try. We try.
Dragon
And-
is the target. Little people inconsequential. Do not waste your forces on them.
Okay.
And she's just like, still, just like food is just like falling out of her mouth. She doesn't finish chewing anything, and like,
Thus is the will of Anam. Thus has been spoken. And I fly out of there before with my 1 minute of power goes off.
okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, when you say, oh, I'm only touched. Never mind.
Huh?
What's that?
Nothing.
I just say my proclamation and I fly away. I'm not just staying there until everything goes.
Sure.
I assume I get all the way out from the camp and then
Since you have
turn.
Yeah, you can.
Since you're enlarged, don't you have like extra speed and stuff?
And I think that would be 40, like so 80 per round, and then this lasts a minute, so
Yeah, I'd say you could make it out
sounds good.
within the time limit, or at least
Feel
out
free
of
to-
sight.
It
What's
doesn't
Tristan?
actually affect movement.
Oh, it isn't.
Let's try.
I don't think so.
Don't large
Okay,
creatures
well-
by default have well anyway 60 per round, and I can dash, and this wouldn't have taken me more than like a few seconds to convey this
Okay.
based on turns. And I'm out of there. You guys are on your own. I did everything I could.
Was
It's
Tristan speaking in
fine.
common? Like, did everybody understand him?
Tristan would be
Let me
speaking
check one.
either common or, if this person understands, celestial. But
So Ga actually does speak. She understands common.
okay, good, because I cannot speak giant.
I actually didn't even think of that.
I
I-
is just going to like fall to her knees, like, what just happened?
Okay. So all of the inhabitants of Grudog are still like shaking. They're terrified. Like you can get the sense that their god has never actually spoken like directly to them.
I think you could have convinced them that the goblins are traitors or something, but oh well. What's done is done.
I don't think the goblins are like actually doing anything.
Yeah, they're just servants.
I don't
more
even
than
know
anything
if
else, but
they were the
as
ones
far as you can tell.
convincing. Yeah.
Anyway, if she believes you're a god, it will be hard to for anybody to convince her otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that-
suppose we should get out of here now.
Yeah, they're not even paying attention to you anymore. All of them just look like dumbfounded about what's happened.
For the record, there is no way that they would believe that I'm a god, but they can believe that I'm an angel.
Mhm. Sure, yeah, I think we even said that. Like, I'm his messenger, not I'm Anam.
Oh, yeah, God, no.
Well, all right then. What are you guys doing?
Let's get
We're
the fuck
going
out of
to bow out, and we're going to be like, well, that was incredible. We're going to
That was some amazing.
leave, I guess.
Mission
Oh, wow.
accomplished ish. I don't
Ish,
know.
yeah.
Maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Entry-
just
Huh.
going to start, like, we're going to be like, I guess there's nothing we can do here at this point. We should probably leave, shouldn't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait if anybody says anything or notices the fact that we're like starting for the door. We're not like running, but like we're just like walking out.
Yeah. I mean, I think even if they do notice you, like an angel just appeared to them. Like,
Yeah.
who cares what you guys do? You know, I mean, they're all like imagine some of them are like down on their knees, like crying, like, oh man, God has spoken to us, you know, and the others are just jaws hit the floor, you know. That's such a cool plan.
And thanks,
You
Andrew, for
guys-
the enlarge. I don't think it could have been even credible without that.
No, if you were the smaller size, I don't think that would have worked.
I mean, I'm
That
still
was-
smaller than them, even with enlarge,
That
but
was really good.
Please tell me you surge right now, Andrew.
No.
Like burn down Grootog.
Yeah, turn invisible under the table, then come over to them and it's like, we should leave now.
Yeah, we're leaving. We're going.
Okay,
Say
yeah.
we're spreading the word.
None of them notice that you guys are heading towards the door. Or if they do notice, they don't care.
Like, there's nothing we can do here. Let's go.
I think you've at least convinced them to start that way.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's actually the best that could have went.
we solved one of two problems.
I mean, we might have solved two problems in one.
I doubt it. Either Riberian is gonna kill all of these giants. Less likely the giants will win and we'll still have the giants.
I had this feeling this was a huge map with a lot of characters and stuff, and we just like went in like I am an angel and get the fuck out, get the fuck out.
Oh yeah, this is a massive map. Lots.
Sorry, Bear.
No, you're fine. It's not like I made it.
Great story though.
I feel like if
Yeah,
you
that's
made it-
awesome.
I think if you made it, you would have shown it to us.
This has been a really good roleplay session.
This was so good.
Okay, so I guess you guys have kind of done what you intended to do here.
Yeah,
um,
we're returning back to Golden.
Back to Golden Fields? Okay.
Let's grab our horses on the way. Hopefully they're
Yeah.
still there.
You meet Tristan outside of camp, who looks
you-
quite.
How you feel?
Well, I think that was successful, but that might be the bravest and dumbest thing I have done in my life, and that is saying quite something.
That was one of your best performances so far.
That was so funny.
Man,
hope it holds.
Right out of their heads.
Thanks, Andrew, for making it way more believable than I could have on my own.
Let's like get all the way out of here.
Yeah,
Yep,
I think.
Yep.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
get the fuck out.
Let's get to
Let's
Golden
get the
Field.
fuck- Let's
Let's
get out.
tell them that we think the giant situation might get a little bit better, and then let's get out of Golden Field and go all the way back to Waterdeep.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. That's a good idea.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, so I mean,
We're
you're
not necessarily
harassed at
doing
all.
that. It's just
Leaving the camp, like nobody tries to stop you. I think word has spread like super quickly that you guys showed up, and then an angel showed up and told them not to attack little people. So
You know,
they're not going to attack little people. You know.
they might. It'll be very funny if they like thought that we were like prophets or something, and they just didn't
Well, I mean-
listen to us, because then the angel showed up and was like, "Listen, I'm basically telling you the same thing, just with more information."
Yeah, I mean that's more or less what just happened. So I mean, there's tiny brains.
I
They could
consider
probably lead to
appearing.
conclusions.
Are we
I considered
starting
appearing.
a cult right now? Because it kind of feels like we're starting a cult right now.
So funny.
It's tough to be a god.
Well, so yeah, I mean, you guys are able to get out pretty easily. All the way back to Golden Fields. I mean, your horses are still in the area where you left them. Nothing has eaten them or anything like that. And you managed to get Hopper out too. Nobody tried to eat Hopper, which was totally going to happen if you guys stayed there very long.
Don't eat Hopper.
I didn't say they were going to eat him, but they were going to definitely try. But yeah, they didn't really harass you guys at all. That was such a great way to run that scenario. So I think really, I expected that to take a lot longer.
Yeah, I know we just like ran through like weeks of your prep on this, but
yeah, no, it's fine. I think that was totally worth it. So I'm kind of at the end of what I have prepared.
Okay.
At least right now.
I guess we're stopping for the night then.
Well, I was going to say, if there's anything particular in Golden Fields you guys want to address or RP kind of stuff you want to do, I'm totally fine with that. But as far as traveling anywhere else, I'm pretty much out of prepared material.
Okay.
So it's up to y'all.
Maybe just visit Nax and tell her that.
Yeah, that we explain what happened. Actually, I think we should explain what actually happened there.
Do we want more people to know that this was a ruse, or the risk is the giants eventually learning that they were deceived? Unlike this, it sounds.
I think we should just let the higher ups know what happened. But
right, so Sir Aaron.
Yes.
And then they should still maybe prepare food offerings just in case.
Sure.
Yeah, because we left, we didn't really, us as like prophets, quote unquote, didn't really solve anything that much. So I think they should still prepare just in case they decide to come for offerings. But I don't think they're gonna bother you for much longer. Well, not for much longer, for a little bit at least. Honestly, they might just like all die in the forest over there.
You're saying this to Naxine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
Tristan would vote to not say exactly how the ruse was made, but
sure,
like say that we convince him that the dragons were the real enemy and that, yeah,
that we're sending them south to fight a very bad dragon, and they might all die.
So she listens to your story, and she too is like, I mean, as far as like, if you were the admin or the governor of this town, and someone came to you and was like, yeah, we convinced the hill giants not to bother you anymore just by telling them to go bother somebody else. And especially with the story that you guys would tell, even without the details, I mean, she probably knows that hill giants are. Yeah, it does. But if you guys tell her this, like, she's known that you guys have helped out in other ways at this point. So she would be inclined to believe you. And she even tells you, like, we have already kind of gotten reports that the crops are improving. So whatever you guys did to do or did to remedy the issue at the crypts has seemed to help. And also, we have sent some scouts out to the sawmill, and overnight they were not harassed. They were ready for a fight, and nothing ever came. So it seems like that problem has also been resolved. So you guys have done a lot for Golden Fields right now. With the sawmill operational, I think even if the giants do decide to attack, we'll very quickly be able to shore up our defenses and be ready for anything they could throw at us. The same goes for any giant or any dragons that might show up. So I can't thank you enough for the help that you've given Golden Fields.
All in a night's work.
Night.
Yeah, I know.
So she would
I-
also offer to send you
Yes.
guys regular shipments of food. I think we talked about that a little bit already. But she would offer to if you guys offer up the fact that you now have a keep in outside of Keldell.
Oh, absolutely. Did you think that Tristan would shut up about that?
Exactly, I figured. But she would offer to send like regular shipments of food so that you guys are well stocked.
And if you have extra lumber as well, that is always something that we can use.
We will see what we can do, but as far as lumber is concerned, that's definitely not the focus of the settlement here.
Of course. Anything that you can spare is plenty generous.
Sure. If we can spare any, I will send them your way. We cannot thank you enough for the help that you've given Goldenfields.
Make sure there's lots of bacon in that food that you send.
We want bacon.
I will see what I can do about that as well.
That's fine.
Mostly vegetables and fruits that we have here, though. 30 miles of farm, so.
And grain for bread, and we can always have whatever we wish for our own food, but the point would be to feed the people who will be under our protection soon enough.
Sure. And they will be fed. I promise you that.
That's great. Well, I guess Is there anything else in Golden Fields that requires our assistance, or should we report back to Sir Aaron?
Right now, I think the most pressing issues have been dealt with. So I think it would be safe for you to return to Waterdeep and report back if you like. You are more than welcome to stay, of course, but
Maybe just a night for drinks and rest. He looks at the rest of the party.
I'd like a drink.
Kieran could eat.
Have as much ale as you like, as much food as you like. I will make sure to compensate the inn on your behalf.
You will regret that.
Thank you very much. I shall warn you that Jarek over here might drink a sizable portion of the supplies.
I'm sure Dribblebeard can manage, but
All right, let's drink then.
off to the inn.
Indeed.
Okay. Well, does anybody have anything else in particular?
I wonder if I cast aid on myself if I can drink more.
Probably.
I got nothing for Goldenfield. Yeah.
Okay.
I could buy more vegetables and stuff since I used the last one.
Maybe tell Nax that remember that it was Mom that helped.
Menagerie of Might and
Definitely
Tristan
write that
Uriel,
down.
Knight of Waterdeep.
Good job, Mom.
Mom has earned some recognition here for sure. So where I know Tristan's gonna vote to go back to get his armor for sure. I know that.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys have an idea? I mean, do you want to go to your keep next, or I've got some hooks that I'm gonna have to drop pretty quick, but as of right now, I mean, you guys don't have, an exact mission ahead of you.
Like, my vote would be swing by Waterdeep, get the armor, talk to Sir Aaron about any sort of monetary reward for this thing, and then head towards Orlands. But I don't know what everyone else wants to do. And I assume we're taking Yurtael with us to the whole thing?
Believe so, yeah.
Right.
It's up to y'all, though.
It might become like the keep of the keep, the keeper of the keep.
Probably a good role for him. Now you guys have a lot more horses.
Yeah.
A lot more mouths to feed with all those good berries.
My good berries.
We should get those tattoos.
But yeah, I think Waterdeep, confirm with Aaron that we helped Goldenfield.
Yeah.
And then our keep.
Okay.
is
Um,
there.
So probably what I will end up doing is I'll prep a little bit of stuff for that, and then over the week I'm gonna try to drop kind of like our next I guess mission hooks into like the in-character chat. We might if do you guys mind like checking that like once a day just to see
Oh yeah.
is everybody able to do that? Would that be too much to ask or
No,
I can
That's
definitely.
fine.
okay?
I have it
Just
set to notify me on all of these things.
Okay.
except Soundtracks, so.
well, what I might do in that case is we'll just over the course of the week just RP out like the Waterdeep stuff through some chat there, and drop kind of the hook for the next
Sure. Well, times.
bit of mission. Yeah,
Sure.
yeah, a few days maybe at least.
Yeah.
That way we don't have to really like spend a ton of time doing that next week because I mean we didn't attack anything tonight. It was all RP.
Yeah. That's great.
And it was awesome.
Yeah,
Like,
no, it was really great.
It was so
And
fun.
like, I'm not gonna lie, like halfway through that session, after the stuff at the old man's hut, like I was like, I think I just depressed everybody. Like, I feel
Yeah.
bad. Like,
I hope it was really the werewolf.
find out.
Like I was a little sad.
I mean-
but at the same time, I was like drama, conflict, angst. Yes, please.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
like, you
was
did
really well
depress
done,
us,
but-
and that's a compliment, man. So-
Well, that was I'm not gonna lie, probably the most heavy RP session I've ever done.
It was so good.
Well, good. I know that normally we at least have some combat, but that was really fun for me. That was
Like-
a lot of fun. But
Personally, I don't need combat every session. I don't know how the rest of the group feels, but like,
I do too.
Because-
I'm the same way.
I love RP, especially like RP that like brings out more character dynamics and like these fun things that like, oh shit, what the fuck are you doing, Tristan?
Sure.
and I love that my approval fills I with shame about killing this guy.
God, she was like kind of like being like, oh, I like feel bad, but like there was a reason I talked to Bear about it in DMs real quick, so it wasn't like out of nowhere. But then Tristan was like, yeah, you did the right thing, and
And
my
you're like,
reaction,
shit.
yeah, like my reaction as I was like, fuck, I should have just like not interfered in that.
You could have let me do it, yeah. But
Well, that
I'm
was the
happy that you
reason.
did it.
Like
Honestly,
at that point, you were kind of tormenting him.
with my every fiber of my being, I hope this was just some random hermit guy.
God, it will fucking destroy her.
It'd be so good. I want Kern to be a werewolf so bad.
Well, so I'm not gonna lie. I kind of expected that debate to happen. Like, Kieran, do you really want to kill this guy, or would you be cool being a werewolf?
Yeah,
I was just like, nope.
yeah, I think that's where things were headed. And then I don't know if anybody else noticed the wisdom saving roll that I did. I do that when I don't know what decision I really want to take.
Mm-hmm. I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yaruk is sad, but he's pragmatic too. So
Yeah.
he's a life cleric, so death is part of life.
Tristan is happy. It's like I get to murder an innocent person, and I can argue that it's for the better good. And he was annoyed that you took the kill, but now he's even happier because you are annoyed that you took the kill.
Oh my god.
I
Tristan's
fucking
so evil.
Bad.
I
That's
love
Lawful,
it.
evil.
I
That's
love their dynamics so much. Their dynamic is so good.
Yeah.
like now. To be honest, Tristan might feel a little bit conflicted about how much he helped the people around with the Giants thing, but Rybarion is his enemy, so
Yeah, you can help people if you gain from it. I mean, you got money and fame and stuff. So
yeah, that is my entire character thesis.
I still wonder how our character are so chummy together, and you're lawful evil and I'm chaotic good.
Yep.
I don't know, something. I'm waiting for the moment when everybody is like, Tristan does something really, really fucked up. And we are like, hold on a second.
And I will remind you of the time you murdered an innocent man.
He wasn't
He
innocent. He
wasn't
killed
innocent.
people.
We knew he was a werewolf. Kinda.
He
You
didn't
hoped
know
he
he
was
was
a
a werewolf.
werewolf.
He didn't remember he was a werewolf.
It doesn't change the fact that he killed people as a werewolf.
Yeah,
Unless he was a
Allegedly.
werewolf.
allegedly. It's fine. I just murdered one person. Tristan murdered like at least 3 at this point.
I mean, we're not the one that killed that man. The one that really killed that man is a werewolf that made him a werewolf, or the witch that made him a werewolf.
Just gonna say,
He's not
you
the
guys
zombie.
don't know for sure that he was the werewolf.
Maybe he had
Well, we'll know in a month.
We'll learn soon enough. Maybe he
I'm
had
gonna
a
let you
really
guys
nasty
stew.
ex.
But yeah, that's
That's-
Kieran's like biggest worry right now is did we actually kill the right guy? Not so much because of the moral implications, but just because he
He doesn't want to be a werewolf.
end up killing people later
Yeah.
down the road.
Hmm.
Should we level up now? We
Yeah,
did so well.
Yeah, I think so.
Milestones?
Actually,
Yes.
I think we finished a pretty good. Like that was probably like 3 or 4 sessions, wasn't it? All in Golden Fields.
Now I have D8.
Yeah, and I think I just like jumped a chapter of like I
No,
don't know it for
yeah,
sure
there
because I'm not
was-
reading the adventure because obviously, but
Well, so I mean, I'm off the rails as far as the module is concerned,
I
but
know.
but there was a lot of stuff you could have done at Groothog, and there were some more moral decisions to make, but we skipped all those. So
I
yeah,
imagine
I'll let
this
you guys be
doesn't-
level 6.
I kind of wanted to save all the sheep.
You want some?
Yep.
You want some above game
Yeah.
moral
Yep.
dilemmas? There were totally prisoners.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
A lot of prisoners underneath.